It's always good to get correct. I know, unless you gotta take the next step to have that.
Number is that. I'm just glad somebody else does this. I'm glad they're. But I don't like.
Just takes me a long time. I don't know what that heck thing means.
Oh my gosh. What else is she doing? The nice sleep last night. Alarm must be set for 7. 2 nights. 7 this month.
Don't have to worry about alarms. I wipe it up.
Give me emails from me. No, not the public. No, I don't.
Would you want to do? Yeah. You're talking right, yeah, so
You never leave. For you.
All right, I can make sure everybody's mics are turned on and then stand for the pledge, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yep. Roll call.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Walter,
Here.
Commissioner Bunnick,
Here.
Commissioner Wessel,
Here.
Commissioner Campbell,
Here.
Commissioner Alguier,
Here.
and Chairman York.
Here.
All present.
Thank you.
Next up, we have approval of the agenda. I'd like to move one item if commissioners are okay with that. Item number 6A. I'd like to move that up as our first presentation, right above, right under interim administrator and senior services between that. I believe Lydia has to get back to Traverse City as soon as possible, so. And there's no board action on that, it's just a presentation, my understanding. So. On that, I have no changes. If everybody else is good with that, I'll take a motion.
I move that we accept the agenda as presented.
Support.
Well,
As amended.
As amended.
Or as amended, excuse me.
There's support for that. Please. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried 7-0. Next up, we have declarations of conflicts of interest. Do we have any commissioners here that have a conflict with items on the agenda today? Seeing none, we'll move on to communications and an update from our interim administrator, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My update will be quite brief this morning, but wanted to let you know a few things that are going on. Kind of a big part of my planning time and writing time has been on RFPs. As you know from my administrator update over the last several weekends. This Thursday, we'll have a bid opening for the Leelanau Dam Structural Health Monitoring System. This is in response to the dam inspection that occurred last fall of 2025, indicating that in the next couple of years, we will have to do some work on the dam in Leland. The hope with this is that we find or are able to install sensors at the Leland Dam in order to give us a really good idea of what work is going to have to happen in the next 2 to 3 years. So looking forward to seeing what proposals come through on Thursday. The next RFP is going to be for the enterprise resource planning. This is a comprehensive financial software. And again, this was a very comprehensive request for proposal that took a lot of collaboration between departments, worked closely with the treasurer and finance and got input from departments as well to make sure that we were putting out an RFP that was comprehensive in nature and would meet the needs of all the departments in the building. The end date on that isn't until August 20th, so I'm fielding questions, answering lots of really good questions, which tells me there's some interest in submitting a bid for this. The next one is the most recent one that went out, and that's for benefits broker to be our liaison and our consultant with the benefits that we offer here at the county. And that one isn't until the end of August, but again, I am getting questions, which tells me that there's interest, and I'm very curious to see what comes of that. The next one that will go out hopefully this week is for jail lighting and control system over at the jail. I'll meet with Lieutenant Rush on Wednesday to make sure that the scope is detailed enough. LED lighting panels aren't really my sphere, so I wanted to make sure and get all the input that I could to make sure that it was released in a way that we get the right kind of response for this request. As you saw in my update from Saturday, I had a chance to visit 2 of our 3 parks. I mean, Veronica Valley is one of my favorite parks, but I didn't get to visit it last week. But I visited Miles Kimmerly and Old Settlers. And if you haven't had a chance to visit Old Settlers recently, I would really recommend it. Our maintenance team did a heck of a job updating that gazebo and making it beautiful, as well as working on the view shed to increase just that stunning view that we have out at Glen Lake. I have a couple of dates for a meeting for the strategic plan. I did post 8 proposals out of the, I think, 37 that we received for the strategic plan. So if we want to discuss that now, that's fine. If you'd rather we discuss dates at another time. The dates that were proposed are it's a little bit short notice, but this Friday at 9:30, the 17th, and Tuesday, the 21st at 9:30. The room and the clerk are available. After that, we will have to wait well into August because the commissioner meeting room is booked for early voting from July 22nd through August 4th. So that kind of limits our availability, but And when we talk about strategic plan, we talk about it as if everybody knows, but I want to make sure everybody kind of knows what this is. The goal of a strategic plan is to kind of establish a clear roadmap for the future of the county. So it's not only input from within, but input from without. So aligning our limited budgets and staff resources with constituent needs, increasing our operational efficiency to ensure, hopefully, that long-term community goals and employee goals are being tracked and met. So the dates that are proposed right now are the 17th, this Friday at 9:30, and Tuesday the 21st at 9:30. And that would be a special session to discuss strategic plan.
Anybody have any-
21st, doesn't land bank and brownfield meet?
I'll have to check the calendar on
They
that.
do that morning, unless they reschedule.
Okay,
I believe the Brownfields meeting again.
at 10, so then 9:30 would not work.
So,
Unless UMass, well, we can't.
No, I'm sure I just got that incorrect on my calendar. Thank you for that, Glenn.
Anybody else?
I'm okay with Friday.
17th, is everybody okay with that?
How long might that meeting be?
Well, we'll review the plans, and we can narrow it further and decide at that time, which of those 8 we would like to possibly interview, and that would be at your discretion. So I wouldn't anticipate that it would take more than 90 minutes to 2 hours, maybe less, depending on how deep you want to go into the proposals.
I could do 9:30, as long as we're done by noon.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be on the road.
Yeah, I know a meeting on a Friday is a little bit tough, but I think it would be a great move and a good gesture towards this.
I'm seeing consensus on the 17th, I guess, at 9:30, so.
All right, we
It's not
will,
written up, we get some signatures.
we'll have something ready for signature at the end of this meeting. That is it for my update. As always, I'm available and reachable. Really enjoy getting to know everybody a little bit more and speaking with commissioners and the public. So I'm reachable if there's questions or things that I can work with everybody on. So that's it for me.
Any questions for Lauren?
I do appreciate your work for the updates.
All right. With that, we'll move on to our next update, which is from Materials Management Plan update. We have Lydia here. Oh, it's not.
She's coming right now.
Oh, I'm open to that right now. Good eyes. Well, just never walk straight into that. But I believe it's just from what I was told, back an update, and it should be pretty quick, so. Update for forward. Come on in, Lydia.
I know.
Ready for you.
Perfect timing.
We warmed the seat up for you.
And you did receive a handout at the May set of meetings, and it is on your desks if you would like to review.
Was that the executive summary?
Yes. just
Okay,
the 4
does anyone
pages.
want handout on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gotta have one for the clerk.
Oh, there's 2 there, so.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, we did that.
All right. Good morning. I'm Lydia Gulo. I'm the Resource Recovery Director for Grand Traverse County and the designated planning agent for the Tri-County MMP. So this is an executive summary that we're going to be sending to all of the municipalities. And actually, this will go out beginning of August. And so it's basically, should be a brief update for everyone. So why are we doing this? State law requires material management plans to replace solid waste plans. So we have worked with a contractor to develop a state compliant plan that helps ensure residents have recycling access to enhance public health and present opportunities for local economic development. And then you can see there's a couple of bullet points why we're working together. The big carrot on that was an additional $10,000 per year in state grant funding if we work together. Also, it is good to work with our neighbors. Trash and recycling knows no borders. And then the good news is that all 3 counties are already meeting the state's benchmark recycling standards. So an example of that is we have enough drop-off sites already based on our population densities. So we're doing quite well in the state size as for recycling access as is. But for example, Leelanau County, I'm sure a lot of you know, you live here, there isn't a lot of curbside access. So, you know, those are things that we hope the private market can help with. Infrastructure, we are exploring some infrastructure grants as well. We have some grant money to spend. And I can tell you, I can answer any questions about like what we've prioritized in our plan. It's a 13-person committee that meets every month just about. We've been working on the plan for about 2 years. Ty is so generously on that committee. And then you guys also have a few business owners that live and work in Leelanau County that are a part of it. And then you also have a Suttons Bay Village trustee, a part of that committee. Yeah, this document pretty much lays it all out. The county approval agencies, you guys are one of the 3 CAAs. So basically think of CAA as a BOC. Designated planning agent, that's myself from Grand Traverse County. The MMPC, obviously that's what Ty is sitting on. So we're hoping by next meeting in August, the 2nd Friday of August, that will approve the draft MMP, which will then trigger the timeline for public comment. And then you guys will also get a chance to vote to approve the plan or reject it. We have put a lot of work into it over the last 2 years. I'll put it very bluntly, we just tried to have a state compliant plan. We did go above and beyond in a few areas, such as exceeding state requirements, such as including case studies. I think of the materials management plan as tools in a toolbox. So it lists the different hows to achieve your goals. And there's a lot of good case studies in there that highlight other successes in other communities. There's even a disaster debris management framework in there. There's funding and enforcement mechanisms. So some of them you'll see are recommended, but this plan is not enforceable. I do think it should serve as guidestones for a community. And you know, it really is up to the political will and the political climate. And we need department heads, municipality staff, county staff to consider partnerships, contracts, ordinances, funding mechanisms to evolve material management programs and services if you feel there's an appetite for that. I will say that Leelanau County had the most responses to our survey that we distributed over 3 counties. So to me, that indicated there was quite an appetite in Leelanau County for more programming or just better recycling access, which oftentimes is just convenient, affordable access. And you guys are funded by PA 69, but you can also stagger other funding on top of that if you so desire. Let's see, I guess, yeah, I just wanted to keep this pretty brief. If there's any other questions you guys had, the draft version of the plan is always available on our agendas for Materials Management Planning Committee. If you go to the Grand Traverse county webpage for where you'll find all the Board of Commissioners meetings too. It is linked there. It's the second Friday of every month is when it is. So that's our next one. Does anyone have any questions?
Commissioner Algar?
I have two questions. One, well, and first, thank you for what you're doing. Waste. I'm wondering what the plan is for food waste.
So the MMPC voted that food waste is organics, but food waste in particular is the highest priority material stream just because of its connection to methane emissions, as well as just the makeup of regular garbage. More than half of what we throw away in the average garbage can is actually compostable and organic. So food waste, like, I don't know if you've heard rumors about food waste, or you said, what's the plan with food waste? So,
Well, I know there were people working on being able to compost in fields. So I don't,
yeah, there's a few different efforts going on in the different counties. I will say that Grand Traverse County actually we invited Gail to join us, but I don't think she was available yesterday, the planning director for you guys. But we did meet with Benzie County yesterday and some other Grand Traverse County staff. We have completed a phase 2 environmental site assessment on one of our parcels in Grand Traverse County that's next to our Keystone brush site, which was actually owned by the city, and the county owns a parcel right next to it. And we help them run the brush site. But we're exploring maybe some sort of pilot for food waste next to that, but this is all very preliminary. We're still getting like cost estimates on everything. I have talked to someone from Eagle about permitting, regulatory requirements, et cetera. But you know, I would envision that would look something like a public-private partnership to reduce liability on the government part there. There are a lot of grant funding opportunities out there right now from Eagle and other sources, such as the WWF with education campaigns, organics infrastructure, food rescue grants. So I believe we are going to apply for the organics food infrastructure grant to explore some sort of food waste pilot, because there's a case study in our plan actually that is right out of Traverse City. If you guys are familiar with Seeds and Carter's Compost in the city of Traverse City, they had a partnership to divert 100 tons of food waste every year with an in-vessel machine that operates right within the city. So there's like no odor, really low noise. So that is 100 tons. The property we're looking at with Grand Traverse County would 10x that processing capability. But this, again, I don't want to scare anyone. This is all very preliminary. You know, Grand Traverse County could pursue it separate of the Tri-County, but since we do have these MMP funds and we already did an intent to regionalize and we're working together, and your residents, Benzie County residents, indicated that that is something that's important to them. And the MMPC also indicated that they believe that's the highest priority material stream.
and with the recycling, is anything actually being used? Have you found productive, constructive reusers of all of this material that's being recycled? I hope.
So
We toured the Petoskey site. I think they
Emmett
said-
County,
Emmett, they said 95 or 98% was they had found reuses. I'm hoping to hear.
they have a remarkable program, and a big reason for their success is that they have flow control, which means all of the garbage or waste generated in that county has to go through one of their material recovery facilities, which is operated by the government. Where we live, it's a little bit different. We're more dependent on private industry. That doesn't mean we can't have transparency and have standards that we hold our contractors to, and that's language we can put into contracts. So to me, this plan, it's not really enforceable, but it should be a guidestone. It should be goals. I hope that politicians take it seriously and, you know, work for the people in that regard. But I think the real action comes down to like, if you decide you want to change an ordinance in a county, to make, you know, or you have stronger contract language, I think that's really where the rubber meets the road, is after we get this plan approved. So you'll see in this timeline, I spared you guys a lot of steps here. It's basically ping pong for the next couple months, almost a year. We have to have the plan completed by July of next year. And we can file for an extension if we need it. But as of now, we should be on track as long as the approval process goes smoothly. If there are any denials, we have to go back and revise things, take it back to the MMPC, take it back to the BOCs. But, you know, hopefully you guys do trust us and read it as well and feel comfortable. Like, just bluntly, yes, I wanted a state compliant plan. There's some extra stuff in there, but it in no means do I think it's controversial or partisan or anything.
Mr. Watson?
A comment and a statement. First, Lydia has done a really nice job with the group.
Appreciate that.
It's not an easy group to manage because we come from 3 different counties, but she's done a nice job. But the comment I want to make about all of the local governments are required to sign on to this. And I think we need to help when we go to township meetings to promote the materials management plan. Because if the townships and the villages, what's the percentage we need?
67% of municipalities that vote must approve the plan. So if I reach out, there's 47 in all 3 counties. So some of them don't even have websites. I don't expect them to respond at all. But when we get to that process, obviously we need that. If they do respond, we need that 67% approval, and staff will be helping make the resolution for those too. And we're willing to go talk to townships. We've talked to a few here and there. I think you've been to a couple as well. So that is helpful when a commissioner goes and is like, hey, have you heard about this thing? And if you want to find out more, please talk to me about it. And I'm always welcome to answer any questions anyone would have, or go talk to any municipality.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Campbell?
I'm just wondering, you talked about, first off, I've really throughout my life, I've done my share to prevent food waste, as in I eat everything on my plate. And it's long left. So-
Your individual duty there.
I agree with you. But you talked about infrastructure grants, and I'm wondering what you're looking at as far as building. I heard one thing, which might be the food food waste recycling. But what other types of infrastructure are you looking at?
So another thing that's a very, like, I answer a lot of the phones in the office for Traverse City. I know your planning department would attest to this as well. Year-round hazardous waste, household hazardous waste is not an option that we have in northern Michigan. Unfortunately, there's pretty much 2 companies in the whole state of Michigan that provide that service. But there are ways that governments can be trained on hazmat and everything, and take maybe not all of the hazardous material all year round, but they can take, you know, things like oil, different automotive fluids, paint is a really common one. Grand Traverse County and Benzie County have a battery recycling program. So I think there would actually be cost savings if maybe all 3 counties wanted to work together on hazardous waste, because that's a call I get in the winters, like, hey, I have to move out of this house before the first cleanup event in the spring. What am I gonna do with all this, volatile material? So that's something we've talked about at great length, and we had our contractor do some research into that. That might not rise to the top as we use some EPA tools to determine that each year per person, less hazardous waste is being generated, and I think that's being fueled by people using alternative products. But Grand Rapids, Kent County, they do have a year-round household hazardous waste program called ChemSafe, and their residents absolutely love it. And, I think that's important when you're talking about the toxicity or the volatility of a substance, but the committee was really strong to identify food waste as the priority material. You could use, I think a big part of the grant dollars should be used for education campaigns, because that also turns people not just to government services, but to private and for-profit services. So I think that answered your question.
Yeah, I didn't know if you're planning an office building or something.
Oh, no.
No. You said infrastructure, so I didn't know where to go on that. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Lydia.
All right, thank you guys so much.
I'll update this.
Yes, so I would say earliest you'd see me is 60 days from the August meeting, but we'll see how the, I guess I call it democratic ping pong goes with the approval process and timeline. But thank you guys again.
Thank you.
All right, next we have senior services. We got Lena here.
Morning.
Good morning. Can't hear you.
Yes, we're gonna present together in one slideshow presentation, separate organizations, so just keep that in mind as we go along. But I am Lena Vandermeulen, Director of Leelanau County Senior Services. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide our aging update. Again, Candy Landon, Executive Director of Area Agency on Aging, Region 10. We work closely with Area Agency to provide services for aging in place. So you'll hear from both of our organizations, who we serve, what our programs look like, and the outcomes for 2025. So I'm going to turn it over to Candy. You can go to the next slide, please.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners.
Good.
Hi. Hoping you can hear me okay. Okay. So it's my pleasure to be here in front of you again this year to present the annual report for the Area Agency on Aging from fiscal year 25. And I want to acknowledge and recognize Commissioner Algier. She is one of our board of directors, and we're very, very happy to have her dedication and support on our board. So with that, the primary role of Area Agencies on Aging is to help older adults to remain in their homes and communities safely and independently, either avoiding or delaying institutional care. We have three primary kind of functions. So we plan, we fund, and we coordinate a network of services to support those that we serve. The other piece that we do that we're very, very passionate about is advocacy. So we bring forward areas of interest to older adults to the Michigan legislature for advocacy. And I'll talk about one of those pieces here in a little bit. But on this slide, you'll see that there's a list of services that we contract for. So every year we put out an RFP, and that would be this year, every third year. And so those are the services that we currently have out for RFP. Our biggest service by far for the region is the nutrition programs. And with the nutrition programs in 2025, those programs served over 567,000 meals. And that's across 10 counties. So you can see on the map our service area, and those counties are also listed at the top of the slide. I want to also recognize that a big partner in those nutrition services is the Community Action Agency, and Lisa Robichuk is here today in the audience, the manager of the Meals on Wheels and the Congregate Meals programs. In Leelanau County, as you probably know, we have 2 congregate meal sites. Rather, I should say, Community Action has 2 congregate meal sites, and they also partner with Leelanau Senior Services on those sites. Next slide. We do offer some programs directly through our office as well. So information and assistance, the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, which is a program I talked to you all about last year. That's the program where we now have 2 staff that go into licensed facilities and work with residents and staff to make sure that the residents' rights are honored and their dignity is honored as well. That is a significant program. There are over 3,400 beds in this region. When I say beds, licensed beds in facilities. And we have 2 ombudsmen and I think 4 volunteers now that work in those facilities. So we're growing the program because the need is so significant. We do a lot around elder abuse prevention, a lot around scams and preventing scams, a lot of education there, housing assistance and Medicaid assistance. The assistance we provide in that regard is for those that are trying to qualify for the Medicaid My Choice Waiver Program. It's an in-home services program with nurses and social workers, but you need to qualify for a special type of Medicaid. And it's long-term services and supports Medicaid, not community Medicaid. So there's specific criteria. And I'll talk about that program a little bit more in a minute. And then we also provide non-biased Medicare counseling. And we do work with Leelanau Senior Services and their volunteer Bruce Barnes, who does a fantastic job for Leelanau County. Want to mention that we rolled out 2 new programs earlier this year that we're really thrilled about. That would be caregiver case management. So it's a program that allows us to extend our reach with supporting caregivers. And then also PEARLS, which means Program to Encourage Active and Rewarding Lives. So lack of access to behavioral health providers and services, affordability has been an issue for quite a while. And so one of the programs is an evidence-based program that we received funding for, and we chose to put it towards PEARLS, is because it focuses on those individuals or older adults that have symptoms of depression. They don't have to have a diagnosis. And then we have a program coach that works directly with them in their home, in our office, at a coffee shop, wherever works for them. So it is a free program and we have a referral form where anyone can call our office and access it with no cost. At the bottom of the slide, we have 2 primary programs. I mentioned the My Choice Medicaid Waiver Program, but we also have care management. Those 2 programs are similar in that they wrap around individuals that are at risk for nursing home placement, or they already qualify for nursing home placement or nursing home level of care. And in that, we go in and we go into the homes, nurses and social workers, they do assessments, and they coordinate a patient-centered health plan to help keep that person living in their home where they want to be, but giving them the services to support them in doing so. So in 2025, you can see the numbers we had, and these are just numbers. That's what annual reports are. A lot of times when I look at ours, they're numbers. I see the people behind the numbers, and I hope that you do too. 175 people received care management and close to 500 with the Medicaid My Choice waiver. Those numbers or those people were able to avoid nursing home or delay the fact that maybe they needed that level of care going into a nursing home. And I want to say nothing's wrong with nursing homes or licensed facilities. It's just most people prefer to age in place in their home for as long as possible. Next slide. This is included here as part of our annual report because it demonstrates all the different services that we fund across the board, not just those that we put out for RFP. These are through a purchase of service arrangement, and CM in the middle at the top is for care management and WA is for the My Choice Waiver Program. Again, a bunch of numbers, but the people and the amount of services is what I'm really hoping you'll focus on. Next slide. Our organization is NCQA accredited, which means we achieve and strive to continually achieve high standards for quality. And in that, we survey our program participants every year. And these are the results of those for 2025. We know that there's always room for improvement. We're not perfect, but we strive to be as close to it as possible. And so you can see for our care management program, those reported by participants of their quality of life before the program versus now being part of the program was 1.9 times better after starting the program. And then same with the My Choice waiver, 2.4 times better after being put on the qualifying and enrolling in the Medicaid My Choice waiver program. Overall, 88% of the survey respondents had an overall experience with our information and referral as above average or excellent. That did drop a little bit. Last year, we were at 92%. So we're looking for ways that we can increase that percentage again and provide higher level of service. Not that it wasn't high because those were above average or excellent, but that's what we strive for. And then below, you can see the numbers, the 100% across the board for care management and My Choice waiver. And that's those that had said ranked us either good or excellent in terms of the service and their supports coordinator, which is the nurse and social workers that coordinate the care. So we're really proud of that also. They really strive to build a really close relationship with the participants and their caregivers. And then there's some testimonials, which I always enjoy reading, and I pull a couple out every year. So those are really important to us, to know that someone felt that we care about them, and that we take interest in them, because we absolutely do, and that we're making a positive impact on their life. Next slide. So when I talked about advocacy at the beginning, this is one of the pieces that we've done a lot of advocacy around. And when I say we, as an area agency on aging network across Michigan, there's 16 of us. And we have done a lot of advocacy around the My Choice Medicaid waiver program. And the reason why is, well, there's tons of them. I won't go into all of them, but one is quality of life and aging in place. My Choice costs, on average, Medicaid about $115 a day. But you look at institutional care and it's double that, anywhere from $246 a day to almost $400 a day. So the cost savings can't be denied. When you look across the nation, Michigan actually ranks near the bottom of the proportion of tax dollars that go towards home and community-based services like the My Choice program versus institutional settings. And so HCBS is home and community-based, and then there's a long-term care. What the state does for Medicaid is all that money is in a bucket called long-term services and supports Medicaid. My Choice or home and community-based services, like our program, like PACE, as an example, we're on the home and community-based side. So in fiscal year 23, an example of what that looked like in Michigan was that home and community-based services Medicaid received about 30% of those taxpayer dollars. The other 70% went to institutional settings. But when you look at where people want to age, repeatedly over the years, 90% or greater want to age at home in place. And so one of the biggest advocacy pieces that we continually push for is for leveling out and balancing those dollars between home and community and long-term services in a nursing facility. And so our goal, what we're striving to do, the national average is 53% for home and community-based. That's what we keep pushing for. So if you ever have the opportunity, we'd love to have additional advocates. Next slide. Looking at population, I brought some of these numbers, so I'm going to do a comparison of what I presented last year to this year. So when we look at the region as a whole, there continues to be a steady increase in population, as we know, and this is across the whole region. Most counties have anywhere from 28% to 44% of residents 60 and older. Last year, those percentages were 25 and 35%. So they were lower. So again, proof that they continue to climb in terms of the older adult population. Leelanau County specifically has the highest concentration of older adults, those 16 and older. Last year, I reported 42%. The numbers now are 43.9%, so almost 44%, continuing to increase for the older adult population. And with this shift, as noted last year, it impacts your economy, healthcare, and housing demand, just to name a few. And then you can see below in the table, there's listed out all of the counties that are in the area agency on aging service area. Notably though, you look at Leelanau County, the median age is 56. And then you can see the total percent again of those 16 older. So by far the highest in the region. This is based on 24 estimates. They don't have the full complete 25 estimates out yet. Next slide. So continuing to look at population trends, continuing on, Leelanau, Grand Traverse, Emmett counties continue to attract the retirees and also the remote workers. This is driven by the desire for increased quality of life, all the natural amenities, people's increased ability to work remotely, the expansion of broadband internet, et cetera. What this means for planning, with the increase in the aging population and then the limited growth in the younger population, it continues to strain several areas. One is healthcare and long-term care services. And really that ties back to the workforce and the shortage of direct care workers. We still see that in our region. And then the housing supply and affordability, people coming in tend to be willing to pay a bit more for housing. And then this just continues to highlight the need for strategies around workforce, housing, and service delivery and access. Probably not telling you anything you don't already know in that regard. Okay, next slide. So in Leelanau County, what this means in terms of the growth for the increase in population, it's been about a steady 8% growth, 8% increase over the last decade. So when you look at 2015, residents over age 60 was 37%. In 2024, again, it was almost 44%. So we continue to see that broad trend. You can see that on the charts. I do want to make a correction. The first chart under 2025 estimates, that number should reflect the same as the top, which should be 23,291 total population. We don't yet have the 60+ population for 2025, so that is missing. And then let's move to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about poverty again. So with the population rising for older adults, also the total poverty rate increasing. You can see the trend in the chart. So total population in the middle, you can see the percent older adults, as we've mentioned, 37% all the way now to 44%. When you look at the far right with 65+ in poverty, over time that continues to tick up. So back in 2015, there was about 292 people, older adults in poverty in Leelanau County. In 23, it was close to 600. The full estimates for 2024 aren't there, but right now it looks like 5.6%. We'll see when the numbers are finalized. Most likely they'll hit, especially in 2025, when we see those numbers over 600+ individuals in poverty. And I think that that's important because when you look at access to services available that are either at no cost, at a sliding fee scale, those types of things, that's increasingly important to make sure the residents of Leelanau County have the services that they need that will support them. So what the future might hold. Next slide, please. Likely moving into 2026, of course, the population will continue to increase, probably hitting over 23,000, and then that older adult population exceeding 10,000. If the current trend persists, there's going to be challenges, as I noted last year. They have not changed, but with the limited financial resources noted in the poverty data, more older adults on the rise, planning for affordable senior housing, healthcare access, transportation, social services, that's going to be more important than ever for the residents of Leelanau County. In closing, each year, Area Agency on Aging asks to each county that is in our service area to match the federal dollars that we receive. We're required to have a match to pull down additional funding from the federal level. For 2027, our requested match is $6,410. What that means for the residents of Leelanau County, as an example, is in 2025, through our agency and the funding we were able to pass through to the organizations within Leelanau County, it was over $557,000 that was brought back into the county to serve your older adult residents. So I believe it's a pretty good return and a very good investment. So I want to thank you for that. That's my presentation. I'll turn it back over to Lena.
Yeah, next slide, please. Leelanau County Senior Services. We're Suite 106, and most of you pop into the office every now and then. So just want to let you know our doors are open if you have questions, concerns. Little bit about us. We are a county-based department serving seniors 60 and older since 1975. And we've primarily been funded through a county millage since 2002. Our services are delivered through 8 contracts. We are a small department of 4 staff. So we don't directly provide a lot of the services we offer. We contract out those services, work closely with those organizations to provide our older adults with the things they need to age in place and the education they need to age in place. Our staff consists of 4. We have 2 care coordinators. Mary Nelson has been with us for 1.5 years, and Gail Carlson has been with our department for 5 years. They are primarily responsible for all things care coordination, going out into the homes, doing assessments, seeing what other resources they qualify for. They do the initial eligibility when somebody applies for our services. They do the initial means testing for our in-home services and our financial support, and before it hits my desk. So they're really doing the grunt work of the deep dive into the financials. I also have an account clerk, Armanda Krantz. She's been with our department for 13 years. So she keeps me on track with numbers. She does all the data entry. She submits the bills you see at the end of the month to support our seniors' heating and utility expenses, unmet need expenses. So she submits all those to our accounting department or finance department. So I'm really proud of our staff. They do work hard. We answer calls every day from family members calling that really don't know where to turn. And we have to kind of back them up to see what the real need is. And it's a point of contact where we're building trust with our county residents, families, older adults. And I'm super proud of my staff. They're our biggest asset, so hats off to them. So all of our services that you'll see today are aimed around aging in place. And as Candy defined that already, it's the ability for one to live in their own home, in their own community of choice, safely, independently, comfortably, regardless of age, income, and ability level. So the key to this is live in their homes and community as safe as possible. So that's where we come in to help find those safety nets for some of our most vulnerable seniors. Next slide, please. So we serve residents who are primary residents of Leelanau County. This slide says full-time, so I have to make that correction on there. As Candy presented, approximately 44% of our older adults are 60 and older in the county. In 2025, we served 1,309 older adults. That has significant, it increases every year, little by little. The people we serve are very diverse. They're older adults that are living independently in their homes. They are those managing chronic healthcare conditions. They're caregivers supporting family members and neighbors. They're older adults with transportation challenges. Some of those experience financial hardships and unexpected expenses. So in the bottom right-hand corner, I know it's very difficult to see, so my apologies on that, is yes, we are a small department. We have county-wide impact, and those are numbers that represent the older adults we serve in every different township. Next slide, please. this is just a snapshot of the different programs that we offer. We all know that seniors and humans have different needs at different times. But all of our older adults have one goal, and that's to age in place. We're here to provide those services to be able to do so. So some of those services help maintain independence and provide financial assistance, like homemaking services, personal care, transportation available to those 60 and older. We also have a pretty robust financial assistance program where we can provide unmet needs. The next is staying connected to their community, staying connected with each other. And that looks like our lunch bunches. That looks like our congregate meal sites through Meals on Wheels and our senior companion program. And then it's a lot of the resource navigation that our office does as a whole that we provide to our seniors. So all of these programs help keep folks in their home, stay connected, and provide what they need to age in place. Next slide, please. Our in-home services and financial services delivered in 2025, these are our only two programs that are means tested, meaning we look at income and we look at assets. And our in-home services for 2025, we serve 69 individuals with in-home services, and the breakdown for that is just below, with 51% of that being homemaking services. To qualify for in-home services, one must be at or below 250% of the federal poverty level. Financial services, they qualify at 200% of the federal poverty level. And in 2025, we served 103 individuals. So behind every in-home service provided, medication management, personal care, respite, homemaking, that just helps our folks remain in place, remain in their homes, and provide the safety net that they need to do so. For many, heating and utilities is all they need to be able to maintain their home and have that housing stability within our county. Next slide, please. Thank you. We know that not every older adult qualifies for our in-home services or financial support. But there are many different programs that they can qualify for and benefit from. And that's information, education, wellness opportunities, and planning services that all have a focus on aging in place. In 2025, we provided 659 rides to 92 older adults. 76% of that was through ShareCare, our partnership with ShareCare Leelanau. 20% was through Comfort Keepers, which we're contracted for most of our in-home services for. And 3% were beta. So if they qualify financially, we can give them a beta pass. And that just has broke down some barriers to get our older adults access to the healthcare that they need. Nutrition and food support. I'm not going to go through every one of these in detail, but I do just want to highlight that 147 households receive Meals on Wheels in our county, the home delivered meals through Meals on Wheels. Next week at the regular session, Lisa Robichek will be here to present more on her numbers and her programming. So this is just kind of a sneak peek into some of the numbers she's going to provide. Food insecurity is huge in the county. We are very grateful to have a partnership with Leelanau Christian Neighbors that we take leftover pantry items on Tuesdays. So I have a staff member out as we speak, delivering food to our seniors that don't visit the pantry due to being homebound, medical concerns. So in 2025, we delivered 878 bags of food to 131 seniors. And that goes every single week throughout the year. Bruce Barnes, who Candy spoke of, he is wonderful. He is another great asset to senior services and wealth of information. He served 279 older adults with 328 appointments in 2025. We did highlight Bruce in an article in the silver edition through the Leelanau Enterprise. So if you haven't had a chance to read that, I'm going to encourage you to do that. We did nominate Bruce for the Older Adult of the Year Award through MDHHS. Unfortunately, he wasn't selected, but it was a nice way to honor Bruce and what he does for our county. Next slide, please. In 2025, our department expenses totaled just over 1.2 million. And we did not need to use the fund balance last year to have a balanced budget. Nearly 60% of our budget goes to services and programs for our older adults to help them age in place. And 30% of the budget goes to staffing that are needed for to coordinate services, complete assessments, determine the eligibility for our seniors who apply, and connect them with the resources. And the remainder is for just other office operations and required expenses by having an office here at the building. As demand continues to grow throughout the coming years, we are focused on developing more programming to help seniors age in place and using the taxpayers' dollars efficiently to help keep our older adults connected. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, some of the trends that are helping us shape our work as we move forward is what we've talked about during this presentation is the population trending up. And more older adults are aging alone, aging without family around. So those are often referred to as solo agers. So it's going to be more and more important to have programs and services in place to help support them. Transportation, affordable housing, caregiver burnout, and the rising cost of long-term care and in-home services are going to always continue to be challenges within our county. Senior services is going to focus on programs for aging in place. We're going to keep monitoring community needs to respond appropriately and being fiscally responsible. But we can't do this alone. We do this through 8 different partnerships with organizations to help our seniors age in place. And I just ask that you can go to the next slide, please. That help us break down barriers. If you know a neighbor or family, reach out to them, tell them about senior services. It does start with awareness, and it takes all of us to help bring that awareness to our neighbors. We're welcome to have questions for Candy or myself, and just want to thank you for the opportunity again.
Any questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I was just looking at the budget here. There's an increase of 15% almost. And yet the population increase of the elderly is only 2%. Where's the additional money going other than that?
So for 2026,
Yes.
yeah, so that's just what is budgeted. We came in under what was budgeted last year. So right now, I don't have the numbers in front of me, just as we're entering the budget season. But I think it's a lot to do with the increase. We did have a 3% increase for our in-home services contract through Comfort Keepers this year. I don't think we're gonna use this full 1.4 million that's budgeted for 2026. I do think we're gonna come in under that.
Well, first off, I gotta tell you, I love your staff. I mean, you guys are the right folks in the right place. And it's your priorities of aging in place, I think are right on. I had some questions. Let me just start off on the poverty numbers. I know you don't come up with those, but I think you have to look at those more in trends as far as actual numbers. Because when that poverty rate is determined, it does not take into account government services provided, which means we can provide all the services in the world and it's going to be the same number in the poverty. Doesn't mean it's a real problem, but I look at that more for trends than I do in actual accounting of folks, just because they could be receiving a lot of help already that doesn't go into that. There's a couple trends that went down as far as a number of participants in the in-home services went from 83 in 1920 or 2023 to 69. Financial services went from 130 to 103 in the same time. And I know you guys you try to reach out and put out the newsletter a couple times. Is that people not knowing, or what do you think?
It's, we've had quite a few deaths in the county. We, as Candy spoke to, more affluent people are moving into the county because of the cost of living. Some are forced out of the county because of the cost of living. So I think it's kind of everything.
Yeah.
But it comes down to awareness, really, and barriers of being able to know what we can do, what we can provide. I do go, we visit Leelanau Christian Neighbors regularly to be a presence there, to make our services more, to provide awareness. I'm also, today, I'm going out to the Glen Arbor Food Pantry and visiting Health Links Leelanau to meet with a couple seniors that they have identified. So it's just, like I said, partnerships, knowing who the players are in our county and getting before them to know that we're here. Now, every summer we go through this. Yes, our numbers are decreasing, but more and more people are coming. I think we have 7 applications sitting for approval that we're just waiting for more documentation on. We work closely with Adult Protective Services. So they're another great resource to, when they get a case come across their desk, they know to call us to see if they're involved. And if not, we become involved. So a lot of different scenarios that go into those decreased numbers.
And my final last question was, Elmwood Township is by far our largest in population, but it's a distant third as far as services. And I personally would attribute that to a lot of those folks considering themselves Traverse City rather than Leelanau County. Is that follow what you might that for?
So they wouldn't be able to receive services through the Grand Traverse Commission on Aging because they're a Leelanau County resident, right? So they would be turned to our department. Part of that might be they may utilize the senior center in Traverse City and not participate in some of our wellness programming or get what they need through the senior center because they can pay a annual fee and participate in all senior center activities.
Geographically, it makes sense.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Algar, and then Mr. Wessel.
I just wanted to point out that increase in cost has nothing to do with the number. It's about the economy. Things cost more. Everything is costing more.
Mr. Wessel.
Quick question for Candy. Have you experienced challenges in Medicaid benefits and federal funding?
Not yet on the federal funding side. There's different pieces in motion right now. We're not sure where they're gonna land yet. So that's yet to be determined. But we just keep waiting. Yeah.
Any other questions?
On the other hand, I remember when I started on your commission, my very first visit, you had been told that you were getting zero funding.
Mhm.
It was not a good day.
Not a good day. It's up and down when it comes to any of our funding sources, really. So we keep a close eye on that. We have a state association. We have a lobbyist for the area agencies on aging. So far, even through the federal and state Older Americans Act and Older Michiganians Act, it's level funding. But it's like it will initially hear when they start budget conversations that there's going to be reductions. And there were some at the federal level for senior services, but the programs that we fund were not impacted as of yet. Now, when I say level funding, some could say, well, that is a cut because costs have increased, and all around. But we're still very thankful to at least not have the cuts and maintain the level funding. Increases that we've asked for haven't been approved through advocacy. Like our association asked for an increase in $8 million for in-home services, and then 2 million, and that's across the state. And so far they've been denied, but we keep trying. So funding is always a point of concern.
All right. See any other questions? So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the insight.
Thanks for what you do. Unfortunately, we will probably all get to know you someday.
All right, with that, we'll move on to our first set of public comments. We'll start out with 1 minute general topics of county concern, and then followed by the 3 minutes agenda specifics. So if you have any public that wishes to give a 1 minute. Yes, Mr. Toski.
I'm Joe Vandermeulen. I'm with the Leelanau, I'm gonna leave these over here. Please, maybe spread them around. The Leelanau County Historical Society. Or did I jump on somebody?
They're fine with it, so.
I didn't see
Go
that.
ahead, that's all right.
I apologize.
Fine with it, go for it.
You're pretty spry.
I thought that was for me. So I'm passing these around. This is a brochure that just, a flyer that announces a summer picnic concerts we're doing at the old, the Poor Farm Barn, which is across the street from Miles Kimberly Park. I just bring this up. We've been working on the barn for 9 years.
Would you mind taking a seat so we can hear your microphone? Thank you.
That takes away from my minute. The Leelanau County Poor Farm Barn has been improved and worked on for about 9 years. We've invested about $150,000 worth of very generous donor money. And we've had dozens of volunteers and contractors help us achieve that. We're now in the process of changing over to making this facility more available to the general public. The big goal now is to build a bathroom facility so that other people can use the building. It's another $135,000 worth of effort, which means we need to raise more money. And we're doing that through picnics and concerts like this. One of the challenges, of course, is that we're within the county parks system, but we are a leased property. We lease the barn and we lease 2 acres and have full control over those 2 acres. But there's some confusion as to what regulations apply. And so I'm hoping that the county will be willing to actually address that issue to allow us to do things like solicit for funds, which officially under Miles Kimberly park regulations is not allowed. We're not actually part of the park is our argument that the 2 acres is a carve out that allows us to do some of these things. The other concern, of course, is alcohol. When we have these picnics, some people bring beers. We're not looking at their picnic baskets, but that can happen. And so we're concerned that the county understands and can help us to actually carve out that 2 acres and generate funds to maintain the barn. Costs $20,000 to paint it. So we need to continue to make money and make that happen. So that's really why I'm here. The County Parks and Recreation Commission has in fact passed a resolution supporting this change, or this clarification is what I would call it. So that was why I'm here. Apologize for jumping in front of someone else.
Sorry about that.
We're all neighbors, right?
I'm Steve Tostage from Solon Township. Citizens of the county look forward to our government working together as a team to make Leelanau County the best it could possibly be. This is a local government and we should act accordingly as neighbors. The involvement of all, the BOC, administrator, human resources, clerk's office, finance, treasurer, all departments are expected to tackle the problems and take advantage of opportunities in our county. The clerk's office has been consistently targeted as a problem. But from what I've seen coming to these meetings for over 2 years, they seem to always be the group that steps up and helps other departments without hesitation. Please take advantage of their expertise that they provide. Certainly, we expect efficiencies in the government operations going forward. Let's please have all departments working together to make Leelanau County the best place it can be, and also look for opportunities to reduce the burden on taxpayers. Thank you.
Any other public comment for the 1 minute? No, we'll move on to the 3 minutes for agenda specific. Yes.
Josh Barman, Elmwood Township. I just wanted to say, like, for senior services and for the informational groups that come in and teach us stuff, as a member of the public that is involved but can't know everything, I think these are super, super helpful for public awareness, because I don't have aging family members in this county, so I don't hear about these services. And it's really nice, like when I saw senior services on the ballot this year, and I'm deciding on the millage, to actually know what they do is really, really helpful for me to know how to allocate my vote and where those tax dollars will be placed. So I just wanted to say thank you and thank all the people that do these that get up here and talk about what they do. Just thank them very, very much. I appreciate you guys doing this and providing us the opportunity to learn, because it's just really, really cool to see how the county moves. It's like how the sausage is made, but I would never know unless I was involved. So thank you guys for supplying that.
Thank you.
Public comment, Mr. White?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jim White of Sutton's Bay, and I'm speaking as chairman of the Leelanau County Republican Party this morning. First, we want to thank this board. Your unanimous decision to place the administrator on leave and consult legal counsel demonstrated a willingness to gather facts before you acted. That was an important first step, but it is only a first step. Replacing your administrator affects numerous departments and the process matters. This comment will focus on part of that process. Commissioner Campbell recently observed that the unanimous vote to suspend was not partisan and it was unrelated to the clerk's office. He indicated it was too often a very real division in support for the clerk exists among commissioners and elected officials. That has a tendency to drive decisions even when they have no connection to our office. We believe Campbell has identified an issue that this board must confront. This comment is not about defending one individual or one office. Instead, it is about learning from the public record so we do not repeat mistakes and hinder effective government with political infighting in the future. For years, many of the county's operational problems, including repeated turnover, organizational instability, and a frequently noted toxic work environment, have been attributed to the clerk's office. That is despite little objective evidence of that in the public record. In January 21 of 2025, the board discussion was telling. Interim Administrator Richard Lewis said, "You cannot take 20 years of knowledge and act like it doesn't exist." Kathy Hardisfeld at the time told the board finance needed the clerk's office and its unique institutional knowledge. And Commissioner Allgaier observed, "We finally have a finance director who's putting a solid team together." Moreover, the board extended stipends to Clerk Crocker and Deputy because they continued assisting finance and training multiple employees. Those are documented facts. Whatever disagreements may exist between the departments, the facts show the clerk's office put the county's interests first And for too long, the clerk's office has been the county's most convenient scapegoat. At the same time, it has also been the county's most reliable source of solutions. Whether someone disagrees with the clerk's office on policy matters or not, their long expertise and willingness to continue helping the county deserve commendation and respect. More importantly, their knowledge will be of invaluable assistance to Interim Administrator Cipher and Finance Director Riz Bridger. Please facilitate that assistance. We sincerely hope this board will continue giving Cipher and Riz Bridger support they need and deserve. They have stepped up during one of our most difficult periods in recent county history, and there are already encouraging signs of improved communication, stronger financial oversight, and organizational stability. This board has an opportunity to rebuild confidence in county government. That requires respecting institutional knowledge, supporting dedicated public servants, holding department heads accountable with objective performance measures, and as importantly, opposing behaviors which undermine people in their new roles. I thought that will do much to change the legendary toxic environment in this government center and leave the next board a more effective and stable government than you inherited. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment for items that are agenda specific? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner Campbell.
I'd like to offer congratulations to the Leelanau Township Fire Chief, Dan Besson. He was named the Fire Chief of the Year for the entire state of Michigan. Had a resolution last night at the Township Board, and I think that's quite a kudos to all of us. And of course, he gives credit to his staff, and I'm going to give credit to his staff and to Fire Chief Besson, who deserves it. I appreciated the prosecutor's letter to us informing us of a partnership with I believe an assistant prosecutor with Grand Traverse County. That was good communication and how that should be. And I have to say that I do not believe that we as a county have been a good partner with the Leelanau County Preservation Society, only because we've left them out there without answers. They've been to us, we haven't given them answers. I know the Leelanau County at the Parks and Recreation Commission at its last meeting offered a resolution that was unanimously supported, trying to help their efforts. And I think we as a commission need to talk about it maybe at our next meeting and do what we can to help folks who are trying to help us. So, thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Mike?
Yeah, I've been approached about MERS for elderly hires, people who are being hired at 60 years or older. And they were asking that it be the period for vesting is being shortened. So I've asked the administrator to look into that, to see what it would cost the county, if it's possible, so that we hire elderly within, if they're 60, their 10 years might not be viable for them to get MERS sent to it. So we'll look into it. I think she will, and we may bring it here before the talk.
Yeah, the commissioner comments?
I think most of us can relate.
All right, I have a couple of employee recognitions I want to honor here that were handed to me to introduce. I don't know how many are familiar with Linda Priest and equalization, but my understanding she's retiring next month. So if you get a chance to swing by that office and just thank her for her service to the county, appreciate it. She's got 13 years to the county here. So and then we have one more with the clerk's office, Molly Dublinsky, who's got 5 years working in the clerk's office. So I recognize them and thank them for their service to the county and hope there's more. So. Take a short break before we go, and we can do that. Back at 11 o'clock.
So this was a short meeting, huh?
I like to say,
Absolutely. No, I can identify the elderly part, that's what I meant. Yeah.
We're on a march.
Well, we're too old to march, I'm shuffling.
Okay, come on, speak for yourself.
I guess I gotta-
We gotta keep marching.
We're shuffling, he's going in the right direction.
I just drank 2 gallons of coffee today. I just kept refilling, it tasted good, I just kept refilling. But I can't have it. Regular coffee. So,
See, I can't have it.
my wife can't. She has. There's anything big.
How are you?
Safe travel up here?
Yeah. Good, uneventful. Sunshine is up, so that's
Yeah,
good.
and then just-
Not raining or anything. So that's-
Not a bad day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just.
No idea.
I was quite entertained by the whole, you knew some of the stuff here.
Maybe we don't.
Social Security.
Yeah.
My wife was happy. You had to take one for the team sometimes.
Like that.
Very hard to watch.
Right.
I'm ready.
It's really too bad.
Get through that audit.
I did spend quite a bit of time.
Yeah. I am from the off. I keep in. My
Yeah, I work for a brokerage. I have a brokerage license. I work for a brokerage.
Word got around, I think I wanted access. What do you care more about? Like the presentation of the professor decisions. Type thing.
I have my calendar. Are you super busy right this second? Well, you sent me on.
Yeah, their meeting now at 9:30.
Oh, yeah.
I would stop in tomorrow. I went there.
Anytime it's good for you.
I just know that's the last one.
I just remembered, I have a standing thing
Yeah.
Friday at 1 o'clock morning. It's my favorite thing. And it just got kicked. And I pout.
As long as you're here, you can know.
Let's see what time.
This material management thing is gonna be coming at us full speed quick.
Yeah.
Really?
Probably done.
Is there-
I know, we're talking about
When's it gonna
The county as a whole being pretty far advanced as far as material management. Is there much, we just kind of really in a good spot going into this?
my husband's birthday today. That's, you're very kind.
Rely on residents to bring it in.
There is a flip side.
I am not responding. I will call you on top of there.
It's illegal.
The problem is not enough people who go up with big families.
No. 75.
I'll take that. She could have been last.
I was in Salt Lake. And it was really fun.
No.
Salt Lake had a whole week. It was like, people, you guys had 95. And then the day I left, back there. Way up there. So I appreciate that. But they tried to sell it. It's not.
I know.
That's not true.
All right, I'm gonna call us back to order here and continue with our agenda here. And first off, we have our auditors here, Mark Schaefer Packet, so we'll welcome them to the table and give us our report.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amr El Askari. I'm the signer on the audit. I have Cody Mitchell, the manager on the engagement as well. This will be regarding the audit for December 31st, 2025. So the year starting from January 1st to December 31st of 2025. So any numbers or information will be discussed will be mostly focused on that time period, whether it's investments, or cash or anything. It's going to be as of December 31st. On the first slide, second one. We're going to start with the summary of the results. We'll have to give you the conclusion in the end, and then we're going to have Cody crunch a little bit more on the details of the numbers and the trends from year to year. But first thing I wanted to discuss with you on what do we do. So we're the external auditors. For your information, that's 250 billion industry. So every year, everywhere in the country spends that much money on external audits. The external audits are defined by one word. That's the definer for all these, that much spending. It's the word independent. So any report we issue, the first word always have to be in any letter we send is the word independent, which means we are independent from the county, and we have no interest or any benefits for us if the county pass an audit or fail an audit, get a finding or not. And we don't get engaged in any political sides or participate in any political parties within the county. We don't take any sides or favoritism. So that's kind of the most important thing of what we do. We try to reflect accurate information. We stick to the facts. And if we don't have the backup lining for the numbers supported with evidence, we can't tell you it's accurate. So that's kind of the general overview of what we do, what defines our role with the county and our relationship. We report to the governance, which is all of you. We also report to the residents. Residents can send us letters or make requests for issues to look into, and we're required to look into these concerns. We also report to the state. The state has the right to send us letters as well, ask us look for further information, and we would take those. We also report to the federal government. So that's kind of the general gist of what we do. In our audits, we communicate with you in multiple ways. The most known will be writing and verbal. We do communicate verbal on a daily basis with the accounting department, but things would be in writing, or the determining factor between in writing versus verbal is based on the importance and severity. So if there is anything that deemed to be important, will be communicated in writing, or if it's severe. We also communicate with management. Not everything we communicate to management will be communicated to the full board or to the state. It will be reported based on importance and severity. If it's important to the board to take an action on, it will be communicated to the board. So for this audit, we issued 2 reports, and we issue also letters with these reports. The reports mean they are attached and included within the financial statement packet. They cannot be separated out of the packet. They always go with it. So in the beginning of the meeting, you guys had some bounded copies. Those would include the reports. The letters would not be included with this packet. The packet would be reported, must be reported as is to the state. So all the reports have to be included with the financials. The first report was the report on the financial statement, and that is unmodified report, which in plain English, it means a clean opinion. There is no findings or errors in that report. So that reflects the numbers on the financial statement. Every number is accurate as presented, and there was no modification made by the auditors by what given to us by the finance team. So whatever the numbers given to us by the finance team, we do not make any modifications, which make it very good audit results. that we did not modify any numbers. The second report we issued is a government auditing standard report. That is the report that focuses more on your internal control, your ability to handle funding, governmental funding. And that's usually the one that most people would ask us question about. And if they have concerns about internal control, usually would be communicated in that letter. That letter also focused on abuse or waste. So we all, part of the things we would look at if you're entering proposals or taken into like competitive bidding. Has it been approved by the board? Has it been discussed by the board? We read all your board minutes for this is our first year, so we actually had to review a couple of years back, see all the types of contracts you were entering, the discussions you have, and if there is anything that a contract that we see that the county entered and maybe significant to the county, like material to the county, but there was no discussions by the board or doesn't appear to have been approved by the board, that would be reported back to you that you need to discuss this or look into this, and that would fall under the possible waste or abuse of policies. So that's kind of the reports. The second part is the letters we're required to issue to you on the next slide. We're required to issue to you the letters, the name of slide here, commissioners, but it's called the governance, which we're required to report certain information in it. And usually if there is anything in that report, we would bring it to you in person here and discuss it. But for this year, there was no any changes. It's a boilerplate standard report. There was no findings to be reported to you. So that's also very clean results. But the things that we're required to mention to you is that we implemented new GASB standard. It was very limited in scope, did not have impact on your financial statements, but we're required to evaluate it. And if it needs modification, we would have modified it and included it. But going forward, it's adopted now by the county. And going forward, if there is any event scheme to be impacting by the standard, it will be implemented in your financials. So you're up to date on any new accounting standards that you need to implement in your financials. The other things we have to mention that there was no any transactions the county entered that lack guidance or authoritative direction on how to report this accounting, which means there is no creative accounting, which is good. It means whatever you have did throughout the year is the standard governmental transactions. You didn't do anything unusual. One of the things we have to also discuss is working with management and communication with them. And I would say everyone we met with in the county from the staff were very good, very helpful. There was anyone we reach out to by email would respond in a timely manner, which is very important. If we ask for a request and it takes a long time to prepare it or no response, that could be a sign of issues, or if the record is not organized in a way that they can find them easily. We also have to do part of the audit. We can't make the same audit procedures every year. Otherwise, it would become predictable and anyone can avoid what we do. There's some factor of surprise and changes from the other procedures we do from year to year. In the same time, you don't want to make it too surprising to the accounting team to the point that they might not have these things or become stressful or overwhelming, because we also have to meet certain deadlines to the state. So it's finding the right balance. But we did not sense any issues. We felt that everyone was competent and everyone was nice to work with. These are the audit results that want this in writing. Is there any questions so far on the overall results of the audit?
Will you be going to the road commission also?
We're trying to schedule something with them, with their board. I believe we circling the date of August 4th. On verbal standpoint, going back to the government auditing standard and the internal controls, one of the verbal things that we would mention that we would like the board to focus more on stability, strategic stability within the key personnel within the county, and maybe some sort of human resources effort in team building between the different departments to enhance the relationships between the different teams and the individuals, especially with all the changes and dynamics that happened. Again, the reason for this being verbal because it didn't happen under the year we're currently auditing. We did not see any impact from this in December 2025, whether internal control or any invoices that was passed that was not approved or any similar things to that, because we were looking at only 2025. We will be looking more at some of these things in 2026. It is common part of business that there will be staff turnover. Someone can get sick and not come back, or someone leave. These things happen, and sometimes there would be a stop in the process. Sometimes the process keeps going. You kind of want it to, even if it's not at 100% capacity, you want the internal controls to still function during the turnover period. But you don't want it to completely have a lapse. I would say it seems like there was always someone watching through the process, and you guys seem to always have had things moving. For 2026, when we come back to do the audit, we will look at several things. Not only, let's say there was an invoice was paid without an approval. That doesn't necessarily mean it's an issue. What the issue would be, if that invoices was not approved, and should it have been approved or it shouldn't have been, which is not ideal circumstances. I mean, you want everything to be approved, but in those specific times where you would have significant turnover or changes, you want the stability. But in this short period of times, you might find other people reviewing it and approving, whether they had the authority or not, by the board. So we would look at that. Who did the board assign to be a designated signer? If they signed or not. If they didn't, did someone else perform an informal review? If there was none, was the invoice supposed to be paid or not? And based on this will determine if this is an invoice that we need to bring back to you to discuss, or it will be passed through, the audit, and it might have a general comment or not. But overall, we'll look into this in 2026. We had a lot of questions on that. We received a lot of emails, a lot of discussions on that. So is there any questions on that? If not, then we'll go into more the numbers and the changes from year to year on the financial statements.
All right, so if you want to go to the next slide. Okay, so these first few slides, we're going to compare prior year to current year. And just 1 to 1. After that, it's going to kind of turn into more of a 5-year look back. So on this first slide, we're looking at the assets and deferred outflows. So this is what the county owns or what they're owed. And there's really just a few changes that I want to reflect on, some of the larger ones. You'll see that capital assets decreased by 1.4 million. So this isn't really the county getting rid of $1.4 million worth of assets, so projects, vehicles, equipment. What this really is there was about 900,000 in new additions of projects, equipment, vehicles for the county. So you're still investing in that capital asset piece. The decrease was due to 2.2 million of depreciation. So this is the usage of all of the previous year's equipment throughout the years, kind of recognizing the cost as you use it, you depreciate it. So while you see this large decrease, it's not that the capital assets are going where they're just being used throughout the years. The next one that I wanted to just briefly highlight on, because we're going to talk about on the next slide, deferred outflows. So this decrease is related to pension items. So we're really going to kind of look at that more on the next slide. Overall assets and deferred outflows decreased 3.1 million. So on the next slide.
So can I ask,
Yep.
so we had a lot of money from the government for broadband. That chart does not include, I assumed, that the part of that decrease was our use of that money, and that's not what it is.
No,
Okay.
Nope. If it wasn't a capital asset, then those are just the items that got placed into service during the year and prior years, vehicles, buildings. Yeah, yep. So as you see those things tick down, it's just kind of usage over time, recognizing the usage of those assets. So yeah, on this slide, we're going to look at what the county owes or their liabilities and their deferred inflows. And there's just a few I wanted to highlight on here. So long-term obligations, you'll see that decrease by 1.4 million. That's really just the county meeting their debt obligations throughout the years, paying what they're supposed to pay down on the debt. So, kind of seeing that go down. You would see it go up if you issue new debt. But this year, you're just kind of paying down what debt was there. And then you'll see the really largest decrease on this slide is your net pension liability. So that's that MERS pension liability for all the employees. That's really going to be recognized throughout the years. It's going to be based on actuarial data and also investment performance. And that's really what led to this decrease in your liability. It was a strong year for the pension investment performance for MERS. So what that did was that knocked down your future liability related to that. And that's going back to the other slide. That's kind of why your deferred outflow did the same thing. It's all related to a strong year of investment performance. And one thing to keep in mind with MERS is also measured on a previous, it's like a year behind. So we're talking 2 years behind and where we're sitting right now. So it's always a moving target with what the investment performance is doing. So all in all, your liabilities and deferred outflows or deferred inflows decreased 2.4 million. So on the next slide. Okay, so this is where it kind of turns more into a 5-year look back. One thing to keep in mind is this is our first year under audit. So really kind of the piece that we're focused more on is 24 to 25. We just kind of want to present this so you can kind of see what things have been doing throughout the years. And if you look at this, really it's kind of flat with 2024. So you weren't really seeing these increases or decreases. It just kind of remained similar. And in the past, you'll see that it's kind of decreased. And really a big piece of what that's attributed to is this factors in all that depreciation expense that I was talking about. So that 2.2 million. That's not something you're paying in cash, but it's reflected on this side as expenses. Like I said, it was a good year for pension this year. Some years it's not good, and that has expense piece as well. If it's not good, it's going to increase your expenses. On the good years, it's going to decrease your expenses. So there's a few things that are not really cash related that are flowing through this. Like I said, this year to prior year, pretty flat, but these dips and peaks in the prior few years, it's more related to those items. On the next slide. Okay, so out of that net position, we break it out into the 3 different buckets. So what you'll see on this is that your largest bucket is going to be your net investments and capital assets as your blue one. So this is all of those capital assets. And then you back out any depreciation or any debt related to those capital assets. The next one is going to be the darker blue. So that's restricted net position. And what this is restrictions by someone outside of the county. So, federal restrictions, any kind of outside party who's restricting the use of the funds. So that's that short one in the middle. And then what you'll see is the orange is your unrestricted net position at year end. So what this means is it's not capital asset related and it's not restricted by an outside party. But what it could be is, if you assign something or commit something, it falls into unrestricted. And what you'll see is that that's a little bit higher than restricted, but still, above, it's a positive number. So all in all, good net position numbers at year end. On the next slide.
Could you just compare that one with what you might see in other counties?
This is very comparable. You'll almost always see that this first light blue is extremely high. restricted is much shorter. And for some counties, and on the next slide, we'll look at a little bit more, some counties, the orange actually dips down below zero. So having that above zero it's a good indicator.
And just to add to it, that orange line is netted against the pension liability, which is not a true thing that you would actually cut a check for and pay. For many of the other governmental entities, it would actually force them to go into a negative. And it would dip below. The fact that it didn't do that for you, it means you have a healthy retirement plan that's well funded. It's not having a concern or issues. Also, it means that your reserves in the county in terms of cash reserves are safe, reasonable to protect the county. If there was any issues with a shortfall, you will be able to survive, and that you're not going to go into debt or needing to borrow or having to cut programs immediately. It would be, take some time. So that's good.
Yep. And yeah, so like on this next slide, one thing that we like to present is what does this really look like if we strip off all this net pension stuff? And what you'll see is once you do that, since it's your largest liability, pretty much that orange bar really shoots up. So oops, sorry, it was actually the last slide, but pretty much, the orange slide or the orange bar is almost in line with your net investments and capital assets once you take away the pension items. So those are your governmental activities. So that was, general fund, grant specific programs, things that are funded by tax dollars. On this slide now, we kind of flip over to look at the business type funds. So these are funds that are supposed to be self-sustaining on the charges for services. So they operate almost more like a business where you should be making enough to cover your costs and not relying on tax dollars and grant funding. So what you'll see here is, year over year, it was going up, and then you'll see it goes down from 24 to 25. And this isn't really a cash shortfall or anything like this. This was actually due to a transfer from the delinquent tax fund to the general fund during the year. So this is a deliberate, movement of surplus funds back to the general fund.
If I might ask, was most of that growth also within that same fund?
Yeah, so there's we'll have a slide later on where we look at it, but yeah, almost every single business type fund was positive, which is what you're going to want to look at. But also, yeah, the delinquent tax fund is the largest business type fund.
Right, and followed probably by inspections.
So they kind of fluctuate year to year. So this year the Treasurer's Tax Reversion Fund had a fairly decent operating gain income. Some of those other ones they're right around flat when you look at the operating income. And within the financials, I don't have the financials in front of me, but if you get to that part of the financials, it presents the delinquent tax fund, and then everything else is lumped into non-major, just because none of them are big enough to be presented as a major fund. So pretty much every other business type fund is smaller, lumped together. On the next slide, so this is really just showing, kind of similar to what we showed on the governmental activities, net position at year end. It's really just all unrestricted for business type. So there's not any outside restrictions. None of your business type funds have any kind of capital assets or anything like that. For the fund structures, that's pretty consistent. There's not someone outside the government, outside the county telling you what you can and can't do with that business type funds. On the next slide. All right, so flipping back to your governmental activities. So this is kind of grant funded or tax funded. This is where your general fund lives, and other programs like that. So this is going to track your revenues and your expenses. So revenues orange, expenses are blue. What you'll see is really, almost every year, the orange and the blue, they're kind of right in line with each other. They're fairly consistent, and you'll see they kind of increased a little bit to 24, and then it kind of decreased back to 2025. Really what this is attributed to is you used up all of your COVID American Rescue Plan dollars in previous years. So that funding is no longer there for the county to use. So this is kind of resetting you a little bit back down to before those dollars, still increased somewhat by increasing property tax revenue. So while those dollars went away, you have increases elsewhere that have kind of, stabilized that back to, normal. And then on the next slide. So flipping back to the business type activities, what you'll see every single year, the revenues are exceeding expenses. So like I said, these are funds that should be self-sustaining based off of their charges for services versus their expenses. So really you'll see the blue, it's pretty consistent every single year. Revenues, they kind of go up and down. They're pretty consistent, they don't fluctuate more than $1 million one way or the other. This is mostly due to, how much interest and admin fees are happening with your delinquent tax revolving fund, how much auction activity was happening with forfeited properties and everything like that. So that's really why you're kind of going to see it flow a little bit, but always exceeding the expenses is what you would want to see.
When you add this with the previous one, then the income exceeds the expenses?
Yeah, so the business type and the governmental type, they're kind of two different buckets on the financials. So they're separate. So like I said, on the previous one, the blue was a little bit higher than the orange. And then on this, the orange is much higher than the blue.
Yeah,
So that's what puts us in the positive for the year as opposed to negative?
yes, but we typically don't want from decision making to commingle both. Like you can't. Most of this is restricted to, so like business type, you can't necessarily pull the funds out from it to support other activities. So you kind of have to look at each individually. But in a way, if you want to look at the total county in dollar amount, would it get you to a positive? Probably.
I want to say
close.
it's right around.
It would be close.
Going back a few slides where it was 24 was here and then it was kind of just even. That was
I guess what I'm wondering is that are we actually spending more than we're taking in taxes?
On the governmental.
Look like that.
In the governmental, yes. On the governmental activities, the business types don't usually collect taxes.
And that's why we have to take from the DTR fund to actually balance the budget.
Right.
Yes.
But one thing I mentioned a while ago is a big portion of the expenses is that depreciation expense. So, it's an expense, but
Not
it's
cash.
not a cash expense.
It wouldn't-
$2.2 million worth.
So when you're reviewing, if you're reviewing on monthly basis, the county financials, usually you would see it on cash basis. Because that's what you would budget on. You would budget on cash basis. That's the standard in all governmental entities. But when we report external audit to the state and the others, we add this depreciation line items. And if you remember that really large slide with this blue line, this is what drives your depreciation. The bigger this line, the more depreciation you will have every year. Which it will be offset in here, which you want that to be really big,
Right,
which is
but
good.
at some point, that depreciation has to be replaced.
Exactly, yes.
So whether it's a roof or, the cars or whatever, so we have to watch that we're actually through depreciation and expenses, we're spending more than we're taking in.
Yes, and also in your forecast, a lot of these assets could be grant funded as well. So you don't necessarily have to always break even point. You could have a deficit in a year or two, but then hopefully in the future, certain assets, the federal government give you a grant to update or a road project or something the state pays for. So there's certain other revenues can help a little bit. You do want to have, not a significant deficit budget. You don't want to spend more than what you're making. It's not a good habit, but if it's 1 year, it happens. It's not an emergency, but yeah, it's best practices to have them usually balanced, yes.
I guess I have to question something you just said. Taking money from DTR, that's just more another source of our taxes that should have been in the other fund, but they were late. So what's the problem? You're just adding taxes that should have been in our revenues.
But PTRs.
And they just
for
came late,
penalty and.
but it's taxes they've collected.
Okay.
It should have been.
So it's school.
But I don't think it's appropriate to say.
I think what you're getting
Not-
at is that.
All
right, we're talking. DPR is generally used for bigger projects, and that what we're thinking of is general government expenses. And I won't say anything else.
No, I'm just saying, we're getting off track.
I know.
All right, guys.
All right, so if you go to the next slide, so on this next slide, we're gonna kind of dig a little deeper into the general fund, which is the main fund of the county. So this is looking at the revenues and expenditures. Really year over year, I mean, revenues is in orange, expenditures are in gray. And they're really, I mean, they're pretty close almost every single year. This year, I mean, it's hard to tell, but the orange is it's a little bit above the gray. So general fund, more revenues than expenditures. You'll see that it kind of went down a little bit from 2024. That's really kind of just due to the ARPA funding, the COVID funding running out. So that was kind of running through there. Without that funding, it probably would have gone down more, but property tax increases is kind of, just decreased a little bit pretty much. The next slide, speaking of property taxes. So as property taxes is the main revenue for the county, we wanted to present year over year kind of for the entire governmental funds, what that looks like. And you'll see really, consistently from 21 to 25, that has been increasing in line with taxable value increases. If nothing major happens to your millages, as the values go up, your property taxes are going to go up too. They're not going to shoot up, but they're going to very gradually, like is on the screen, that they're going to increase. On the next slide, going back to the general fund, you'll see here, as I said 2 slides ago, the orange was above the gray. When that happens, you're going to see an increase in your general fund balance. So that's really been occurring since a few years ago, a pretty steady increase year over year for the past 2 years. So like I said, as your revenues are exceeding your expenditures, your fund balance in the general fund is going to tick up. On the next slide, to kind of put in perspective of the fund balance for the general fund, if we look at fund balance compared to revenues, you're roughly around 7 months, 57%. So that's kind of what's sitting in your fund balance at year end at 2025. About, like I said, 7 months of what you could call reserves, or it's mostly in unassigned. So, it's up from last year, and 7 months is pretty good. You'll see some governmental entities with 2 months. So 7 months it's good. And then on the last slide, so this just kind of gives you an idea of operating incomes in your business type funds. So one thing to note is that everything on this slide is really right around zero, or some of those bigger funds, they're kind of making larger operating incomes. So like I said previously, none of these are super in the negative, so they're self-sustaining. You'll see some of them fluctuate just based on what's happening with delinquent interest on the delinquent taxes, admin fees. So that's going to be your unpledged delinquent tax revolving fund in the blue, which is consistently higher than the rest of the funds. This year, the treasurer tax reversion, just based on foreclosure auction activity, it also increased, with the rest of those lines hovering right around zero, just like they consistently have been in the past. So just kind of give you an idea of your operating income and your business type activities. There's no funds that are super negative, and that's really what you want to see. You want to see self-sustaining business type funds. And, okay, yeah.
If we would just do a quick recap, the numbers looks good, well management of the funds. You're about break even with everything you're spending. The budget is comparable to your spending, nothing out of the ordinary. Property tax is in a healthy trend. Too fast would suffer, the residents will suffer in paying. Too slow, it would cause an issue for your funding. So everything is very promising. There was no findings. That also means that monthly packets you review from financial standpoints throughout the year are in an accurate manner. So everything is very good. That's probably what you want to hear. That's congratulations, I guess.
Questions? Other questions?
Well, I'm a school teacher, so give us a grade.
Well, you already got it. It's the highest it can be. We can't give you any higher than that. Our word is unmodified opinion. That's the best you can get.
So an A.
An A.
Mr. Buddy?
Nothing, I just was talking about, they hadn't read the opinion, so, but you just stated it, that's what I was wondering. So it's unmodified, is that how they put it?
Yeah, we're required to say it that way. Like if it's modified, that means there is an issue. Anything else is it's a clean opinion. It's called an unmodified. That's the highest you can get. That's the results that you would strive for. I would say that's probably more than 30% of the counties in the state would probably have a finding or a change in the report. So you're in the top.
Yeah, Mel?
We've always had findings based on not having a CPA staff. That was every year we would get that and take it with a grain of salt because we couldn't afford a CPA on staff. Your firm has determined that is not a finding, not having a CPA on staff, which I think ultimately means that you do this, you create the numbers basically from what we give you the raw data. So that's not, you have a different opinion as far as if that is a finding or should be mentioned?
There is no requirement that you would have a CPA on staff. We evaluate based on competence, usually based on their prior education. And even though like actually since 2020, there was a new instruction on how we evaluate the competence of staff. And it's not just even based on prior experience, even if you hire someone fresh out of college, especially with now talent shortage, we evaluate them based on their ability to interact with us. Are they asking questions? Are they looking over the work we're doing? And they learning and if there was a finding, would they have quoted? That's how we would evaluate competence. If they have that mental capacity to look at something and say, this is wrong and bring it to you, this is what the quality we would be looking for. And that would make the accounting staff competent. It doesn't matter what education they had or if they have a CPA or not, it's not required. I mean, it's preferred. Of course, it's nice, but it would also,
My other question, and our treasurer has brought this up before, having to do with cash flow. And it looks really good to have $10 million on December 31st. But of course, most of our income doesn't come in until September. So I myself would like to know how we're doing as far as in those lower months when that $10 million has been spent on expenses that we know are coming, that are budgeted. But our property tax revenue hasn't started to flow. When you look at it in those terms on a secular basis, our belly's pretty close to the ground by the time we start taking in property taxes. So I just don't want anyone to think we've got $10 million sitting in the bank year round. That's not true. Am I right, John? I probably should.
Or did you want to answer? Was that a question you had?
Unless you got a question on my question. No, please do comment on it.
We usually look at it at the full year and then at the end of the year, specifically for cash standpoint position. Throughout the year, we rely on the finance team that's part of the operation. And that's all about the board and the management team decision if they want to have cash sitting. As much there is some counties, for example, they would have something called sweep account. Anytime that there is money in it, it gets moved to another investment portfolio so they can make investment gains. Some try to run on fumes, some try so they can make more investments, some try to keep a safer budget to absorb cash flow. There is, which we can discuss that in our next presentation, or can I email you that information? We usually want you to evaluate internally how much reserves you want. The governmental accounting organization or in the state, they recommend usually around 20% or 2 months, either or. If you have in cash reserve about 20% of what you're spending through the year. So if you look how much you spent last year, you want 20% to be in your cash accounts at all time, just to prevent any of these cash flow or seasonalities. Also having extra cash reserve, sometimes it's helpful when federal or state come with a grant project. They decided to step in and say, well, we'll do this, but you have to match it. And do you have the money or not? If you have the money, then you can get a really good opportunity to partner with the state or the federal government. But again, this is operational. That's all your decisions, and we're happy to discuss and share with you information when needed, but it's not something we would evaluate until you should have X amount of money. It's not my place.
On page 43, you talk about a budget stabilization arrangement. And depending on how that's interpreted, and possibly interpreted as 15% of our last 5 general fund budgets, we would fall short of what we have in our, what we call our budget stabilization arrangement. I only bring that up because I always look at that stuff and wonder how we're doing in the long term. Are we, I want to make sure that there's those lean times, that we're not put in a position we have to borrow to until property taxes come.
Absolutely, it's a valid concern, and yeah, that would be a good thing to look into to make sure that you're safe from that aside.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just
Oh,
holding my hand up.
Any other questions for our auditors? Not, I'll take a motion. Yes, we got, everybody had a document on their page, on their dais, as to a motion to accept the audit.
I make a motion to accept the audit as presented.
Second.
Supported, discussion? Not, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Carried 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you for your time.
take a drive.
Of course. Thank you.
Where did you drive from?
We're from Toledo. I'm from Toledo, so Toledo, Ohio, so it's
I'm sorry, it's not.
5 hour drive.
All right, with that, we'll move on to Sheriff's Office. Item number 8 with canteen, potential price increase.
Good morning.
Morning.
What you have in front of you with my EDS is essentially what it says. Our jail inmate food service provider is requesting a price increase. This contract has been in place since November of 2024. A year and a half in, they're asking for a price increase. Essentially, they're just telling us they're losing money. I did ask them, are you guys asking just us, or are you asking all of your clients in Michigan? They said, we're requesting price increases from every one of our jail clients in Michigan. So if you break it down, like I said, we've had an average daily population so far this year of 25 inmates. If you do the math at the end of the year, you're talking about $31,000 additional dollars to the budget if that average daily population stays the same. Currently for July, our average daily population is only 20. So that obviously brings that number down. The food costs are based on a sliding scale, depending on how many meals are served per day. So if you have less inmates, it's going to be a little less cost, but the price of the meal is higher. So it's kind of a weigh and a balance thing. I can't accurately project what we're going to have. We told Grand Traverse County we'll take 20 of their inmates. Right now they have 7. That doesn't mean tomorrow they're not gonna bring us 13 more and our average daily population has jumped. We're serving more meals every day, the price goes up. So I don't have an action item or I don't have a proposed motion. This is more informational. We can accept the price increase. We can tell them no on the price increase, or I can go back and maybe negotiate something in the middle. That's kind of up to you guys.
We do get reimbursement from inmates for meals.
They pay a per day price, but that is worked into it. Also part of this obviously is throughout the year, there was 3 months so far this year, we had more Grand Traverse County boarders in our jail than we had our own inmates. And they're paying us $35 a day. So much of that per meal cost is coming back to us from Grand Traverse County.
And we can't adjust that.
We could. I mean, we do have a contract with them right now. So when that comes up, we could ask them for, we were 30 a day. We did bump it up to 35 a day, which is the same bed day price that we charge Grand Traverse Band for their 7 beds. So there is room for that if we wanted to, yes.
They're sending a lot of inmates to counties farther away because it's cheaper. And they've been great partners of ours, Grand Traverse County. And we have been very close. When we have an all hands on deck day, they send their crew up. And I would hate to rock that with them. I think we have a great relationship with them. And it's just, I'd like to see it stay the same best we can.
You said you could try to negotiate the price down.
Basically, where we stand right now is that the way the contract is written, it says that any price changes have to be mutually agreed upon. Plain and simple, that's all it says. So if we say no, it's a no and they have to deal with it.
So is there anyone else you could contract with?
Well, right now, we're in a 5-year contract with Takes Canteen for food service. What I meant by the negotiation was, okay, you want us to increase, what does it work out to be? 32.11%. Well, can we get that down to 20%? We'll agree on a price increase. We understand the times are tough, but 32 is too high. Can you come down to 20 or 15? That's what I meant by negotiate the increase. If you say, hey, you know what, we've been in this contract for 1.5 years. You negotiated this for 5 years. We're not interested. I'll tell them we're not interested.
I don't see why you wouldn't try to negotiate if you can.
Right, that's what I would agree with that.
Okay. I can absolutely do that. I can talk to them and.
And maybe they can't, but if they could, then.
Right.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, if they can't, they can't.
Right.
Speak to show.
Have you approached Sheriff Shea? He's a very understanding sheriff. Knows his numbers very well. He used to be a accountant before he was a sheriff. Yes, it can go cheaper. I think Sheriff Shea would understand too, if he raised it up to 40, it's a lot cheaper than sending 2 deputies down to Harrison. $5 a day is a lot cheaper than. So I mean, we sit here and talk about it, but has anybody taken the initiative to go talk to the sheriff and say, hey, this is the dilemma we're in, can you help us out?
No, I could very easily talk to
See,
Sheriff Shea.
that's the problem, no one takes the initiative to go find out.
Yeah.
This is what we need to start doing.
And to comment on Commissioner Robbins, that probably is valid because Grand Traverse County also takes canteen service. So they're probably at some point going to sit in front of their board with the same ask.
We
It's a
can
word
ask.
called communication.
We can ask.
Yep. So if I understand the board's request to go back to TIGS, see if we can negotiate something less than what they're asking for their price increase.
That's the vibe I'm getting, so I think
And-
that would be necessary.
Okay, I'll do that.
Communication with Grand Traverse.
Easy enough. I'll get back and I will, I'll try to get that information for you, the regular meeting next week. And at least have the information, or I can wait till August.
We'll do it this week. We'll communicate with them this week.
Yeah, I move this forward to next week. Put it on the agenda for that. We can get that back, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
We can get it, try to get it settled.
Support for that?
Thank you.
Move to support it, discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we'll move on to the sheriff legal lease estimate cost breakdown.
So this is a conversation that
I think leads to a bigger one involving probably the administrator and the finance director. But on June 4th, we had an employee involved in an accident that resulted in a totaling of a patrol car. Its car is now gone. I believe, I don't know if we've gotten the money back, but it was worked out with insurance. They cut us a check. I don't remember.
13,000.
13,000. But essentially we are short a car in need of another. That is also compounded currently because we're in the process of changing out cars for new ones. But basically the long and short is we are short a car due to this crash. It has been all cleared through the insurance process, and we are looking to purchase one to replace the one that was totaled out. How that is done, I think, is part of the bigger conversation that is informational for you. Yes.
Well, don't we have we're entering into a leasing process, so why wouldn't we just follow that protocol?
Because I believe, and that is an option one, but I believe the finance director's been involved in research and looking that maybe over the long term, it is not as financially feasible to do the lease. Short term, yes. Long term, maybe not as feasible as just purchasing. But I would
want us to revisit this long-term.
I would defer to her and the administrator on that answer.
Is
Yes.
it possible that the finance director come out?
Financial responsibility.
So in your packet, there is a table that I've made, and it points out the difference between leasing and buying. And when looking into the patrol vehicles, there's a lot of custom outfitting and additional things needed rather than just a car. And there's a lot of associated fees as well. So I'm just looking at comparison of what the value is to buy versus lease. So you'll see that the price of the vehicle, which we have always gotten through my bid, correct me if I'm wrong, is 47,000. That's a public number. For some reason, we're entering an agreement with Enterprise for 56,000. So that's $9,000 already additional to what we would have purchased if we would have bought. So it is an option that we can lease this vehicle and move forward, or we can purchase it. I've included this just for your knowledge for making a decision. The second page is what was discussed as kind of the bigger picture that needs to be talked about of changing our reimbursement or our rate in which we're costing for the motor pool vehicles. Right now, we're doing 50 cents per mile after 80,000 and then 75 cents before 80,000. We're not recouping the money for each vehicle because some vehicles not being driven enough to reach the amount that would pay. So if we have a vehicle that was newly purchased and it's not being driven a minimum of 12,000 miles per year, it's not going to recoup the money to make the motor pool sufficient to continue the purchasing of every vehicle each year. So this second page that you can see here, it's orange. This points out what the suggestion for conversation that we changed the per mile to be the 82 cents, which is the federal mile recovery rate with a buffer for any total loss accident. So if there was like this circumstance of vehicle totaled, we do have an additional amount to recover for that. And so this would enact a minimum mileage per year. So each vehicle would have to be driven a certain amount of miles to hit a rate. And so the last page is our total fleet, which shows how many miles was driven in, I don't know if you have a copy, in 2025, and the amount of vehicles that would or would not hit that minimum mileage. So you can see in the sheriff's office, majority of the vehicles do hit that minimum mileage, but there are some that do not.
So I guess part of this ask, I see three options. You continue the lease program as we've recently jumped into. B, you go back to purchasing. Or I think potentially, which maybe this works, and I haven't discussed this with her, is a third option is
you lease the vehicles as we've proposed, but we keep the equipment and the upfitting separate and pay for that because it's that capitalization, is my understanding, that is probably putting us over the top. Just when it comes to police vehicles, they're unique in every sense of the word. And a lot of counties who do leasing through enterprise don't necessarily do fleet patrol vehicles for this reason. Some do, but not all. Grand Traverse County is a prime example. They lease from enterprise, but they only do it for non-patrol vehicles, administrative, detective, that kind of thing. So there are options here. I'm not the one to make those decisions. I just need a car.
Do we have extra vehicles in the fleet?
No, currently no, because this year has been an oddball. This is the second time I sit in front of you
Okay.
with a
'cause
total
I've got
vehicle.
Your list of vehicles here and I see names listed twice. So I've got 2 undersheriff vehicles.
And that could just be that we don't have a deputy assigned to that vehicle.
And I've got deputies on here that haven't been here for more than a year.
But I can tell you all vehicles are currently in use. The names may not be, and I can tell you, like in 2025, I got a new car.
Mhm.
That second name of mine for the 2018,
Was the one that you replaced.
yes. And actually that vehicle now, I believe, is in use by Lieutenant Roush. And if his name is on one of these, which it is not, that vehicle,
Second and third name down, fourth name down.
okay, and that 2018, I believe, was sold. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
Okay.
They are all currently accounted for. In a perfect world, I have all the cars assigned, but there are 2 fleet vehicles. Well, this year, we've had 2 totals. New cars have not come in. Well, they've come in. There are 5 currently sitting in Traverse City being upfitted, but there's been issues in the process with Enterprise too. Like I will have a car ready probably by Friday. I can't put it on the road because I don't have the decals and it's not marked. I have all the equipment, but it's not marked. Is it growing pains? Maybe. Is it a bad process? Maybe. I can't say. I mean, I always personally hand did all that stuff ahead of time, which I'm not having to do now, but it's also not ready when I need it. So.
Yeah, I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of the 2026 Ford Police Interceptor through Enterprise Fleet Management at a cost not to exceed $1,065.42 per month, with funds to be determined by the finance director.
Second.
Supported, we have discussion.
You said purchase, is that actually a lease or?
Was through Enterprise.
Enterprise.
It is the proposed, obviously they gave us a quote to replace this car.
Sure.
That is the numbers and what was in the proposed motion, yes, because this conversation came up about long-term costs and that after this provoked the deep dive, if you will.
So maybe we separate the topics, take care of the problem. And then we
Further discuss it down the road, yes.
Mr. Robbins?
What I'm saying here, I mean, we're in the early stages and back when we first started this a year ago, I think we didn't have projections and I appreciate the work you're doing, Rio. There's gonna be some things we gotta tweak out here. It's not a perfect world. It's never gonna be. I mean, there's a lot of things we can look at coming into this next budget. I mean, does the lieutenant at the jail even need a marked car? I mean, if you want to compare Grand Traverse, their staff, their captains, they don't drive marked cars.
He doesn't have a marked car.
His is
We have
marked.
never had it.
The lieutenant's is not.
The
Marked.
jail
But I mean,
lieutenant is not
instead of
marked.
buying an expensive patrol car,
Yeah.
you know, they just get a fleet car.
They get an older fleet car.
Which has always happened,
They
yes.
just get a fleet car. So I mean, we need to look at that. I mean, from what I'm hearing from Rio too, is we need to look at, it sounds to me that the only way this system's really working is to have our deputies live 30 miles away, not 2 miles away. That's where the cost is being benefit to the
You need to
taxpayers.
rotate your car every month. Then miles would be down.
Actually, with last 2 weekends, it has.
But I think there's
Because
a lot of things we just gotta be patient here and, probably maybe wasn't a bad plan, but it just wasn't planned out, and that's what we're gonna be doing here. Now we got a finance director on board.
As long as we have safe vehicle drive, that's all I care. Our guys are in a safe vehicle. And Grand Traverse County is a two-part lease purchase. There, if you will, their staff all have like Suburbans and Tahoes. Most are unmarked. They drive those, but the patrol cars get all the radios, equipment, and you know, guards in the back seat, things like that. They definitely, they're in two different programs.
And here, it's not necessarily plausible, as the sheriff has said many times. I mean, we sit in uniform, have a vest, calls come, we go. That doesn't necessarily happen in Grand Traverse County. The sheriff's not out taking complaints down there like we can and do here. So, I mean, we end up in a fully marked car just like any deputy.
With the exception of the jail administrator, it's the only one that's.
And the detectives.
And the two detectives are separate because they have cars that don't look like ours, obviously.
Any other questions? One question I guess I have in the handout that was provided to us with this, the fleet and everything that we have here, you mentioned, on there it states with it, if the vehicle reaches a certain point of miles, that's the point they give back in the motor pool. Is that what you're referring to, or?
Yes, I can kind of, so historically, if you go back 2 decades, we used to pull cars off the road at 80,000 miles. And every year we would buy 4 cars, but this is before take-home cars, long time ago. The 80,000 miles stuck, and for some reason, for budgeting purposes, what the county charges us for use was at 2 different rates. Per less than 80,000 was a certain rate, and more than 80,000 was a secondary rate.
Right.
Now, what we're looking to do is not have a breakdown, just have a flat rate for every mile driven, regardless of how many miles are on the car. Because ideally, we're gonna have a younger, safer, better fleet. So just make it a flat rate. So in turn, in 4 to 6 years, when I get rid of this car, there's money in the bank ready to purchase the next one.
And those are the conversations that we've been having with finance director and the undersheriff to make sure that we're very intentionally managing our assets. And I'm thankful for the information and the data that she's been able to produce, and so that you have all of the information. And this will all be prepared and presented to you during budget.
I mean, if we went with the federal rate, whatever it is, and just made that as the rule, then it would change as the federal rate changes.
Every year, correct.
And that way we would keep up with the expenses, because that's the idea of how they set the rate, is to be able to raise enough money to replace the vehicles.
And this, it's even become a bigger, which we've looked at, a bigger picture with the marine fleet, the boats.
Yeah.
It's always been a discussion, you know, we have one boat out there that's 37 years old. 38 years old. It's not gonna last forever, but it's still going out every day.
Since I've been sheriff, I brought up the board multiple times, we ought to be placing $5,000 a year in an account, or 10 grand, whatever, to replace vehicles, sort of forethinking ahead. If this breaks down, what you're gonna do, trailer breaks. I think that's better than just say all at once, okay, we need to replace a boat, it's 38 years old. We might already have a fund established for that, so.
So we've even considered and kicked around, you know, do we start looking at that for the same for the boats based on hours per se, which we found going rates, if you will, federal rates of $15 an hour. You know, the boats, we don't know.
Present that as something for in the budget.
Yes.
That's part of the plan, yes.
That would be great.
We'll need a day for motor pool.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's my point, if there's cars that are being driven only a couple thousand miles a year, like somehow, is there a sharing program that can go on that we don't have to have cars sitting around to only put a couple thousand on a year? Where we don't have as much there, where we can save some money as a county too, in that sense. I mean, that's just something to think about, to see if we can look at something like that, but there's more of a sharing going on rather than everybody have their own vehicle, I guess, so. Something to, but then again, something to look at in budget to see how we can finagle that, because I think we need to tighten our belts because our citizens are involved, so.
That's our next meeting.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about that, we have the sheriff's department in front of us, but you're talking about overall within
Correct.
all of our
Yep.
fleet.
Correct.
And possibly tie that up to some type of a program that would keep track and schedule.
For more intentional
That's-
management of our fleets.
I like that.
Right, when it comes to the fleet, I mean, I can't think of any conversations that I really haven't been, we are the fleet. For the most part, 80% of it is the sheriff's office, so.
Right.
Right.
All right, during commission.
Yes, and a few others, not many.
Any other discussion on that? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's a little confusing at cards, but appreciate your support.
That will move on to emergency management. Matthew.
Appreciate what you guys are doing.
Trying.
Morning. Or afternoon, sorry. How about an agenda item that doesn't involve finances? Let's do that. All right, so I was contacted by a member of the Cedar Area Fire and Rescue Department. She's in pursuit of her master's degree in emergency management from Arkansas State University. And part of that program is to complete an internship. So it's a unique opportunity for the county to be able to help one of their residents and first responders in order to achieve higher education. One point of contention that the county attorney had is that we need to make sure that the work that the internship or the intern does doesn't replace or fulfill any of the duties that my department has. And Kelly and I have to perform a certain number of exercises and trainings every year. We typically exceed those requirements. So this internship will not make or break our requirements for that fulfillment.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve the job description for an internship to Leelanau County Office of Emergency Management / 911 and allow the appointment of an intern to fulfill the scope of the full-scale exercise project.
Second.
Board discussion on that? Not all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
Thank you very much.
If I could, Matt.
Yeah.
I could go
No.
back.
No, why don't you wait for budget season? It's noon.
I, as one commissioner, would like to see a tower discussion and really have a plan for getting rid of this thing. I think we talked about a year ago, and it's time to have one way or another.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we got the prosecutor's office.
Come on, everybody.
Oh, dang it.
I'll be a thorn between two roses.
You might as well, I was asking for you, so.
Come on, Rose. This is Kate Upson. She's our new victims advocate. She took place, when did you start? January?
End of January.
Right. So she's done a very nice job for us. And we're here before the board to renew the contract, which we come before the board every year. And it's just a continuation of the contract. Total amount, I think, is $40,397. And seated to my left is Lauren Kreinbrink. She's our new assistant prosecutor. She's been here since January as well. She took over when Tristan left. I'm very lucky to have both of these folks. And I'm very lucky to have my whole staff. So I just wanted to introduce both of them to you. Do you have any questions for either of them?
So if you're lucky, are they lucky?
Well, and remain, they're still here.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Walter.
I would recommend the county board of commissioners approve the county prosecutor to renew the crime victims grant with the state of Michigan. MDHHS amount of $40,397 for the period of October 1 through September. October 1, 26 through September 30th, 27.
Second.
Board discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0.
I love these. When I'm giving when we're giving the county more money to operate or we're obtaining more money, it's I don't get any hard questions.
So a very tardy welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our condolences for Thor.
Oh.
Notice he was in the middle, not on our side.
All right, thanks.
Thank
folks.
you.
Thank you. All right, next up, family court annual child care fund plan and budget.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Making progress.
Okay, so you've got the proposed budget in front of you, which does require board approval and a signature from the board chair. It is very similar to the previous year's budget. It is a increase of 2.3%, which, as you know, is less than the rate of inflation. I don't know how we do it, but we do it. You're welcome.
You don't, you're not, you can't take responsibility.
That's right. If there's any questions, I'm always glad to answer those. There are a lot of moving parts, as there always are with the child care fund. Do want to point out that over the past about 4 years now, 3 or 4 years, the family court has saved the county an awful lot of money because several reasons. Because one, we have put as many expenditures into the child care fund as is possible, moving them from the general fund. So what that means is if you have somebody's salary and benefits in the general fund, you're receiving no reimbursements for that. If I can move those into the child care fund legitimately, then you're getting a 75% reimbursement for those. So we have saved the county hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point by doing so. That's not insignificant. We're probably getting close now after 4 years of, we're probably close to $1 million now that you no longer expend in the general fund. Okay, this is important. But there are some things that need to be tackled yet. I've been working with the treasurer, with administration for several months now to try to untangle one part of the child care fund, which is called the basic grant. Basic grant is a dollar for dollar match. We spend $56,000. We get $56,000 back from the state. It's dollar for dollar. Well, what Leelanau County has done for some unbeknownst reason, this is before I got here, is that they dumped some reimbursements into that account that don't belong there. Some reimbursements that we get for the child care fund, they don't belong in the basic grant. So those funds have become tangled inappropriately. The basic grant should be a dollar in, dollar out. Nothing else should be in there, in or out. It's a simple, clean grant. Leelanau County hasn't done that. So I'm working with administration and with the treasurer to sort that out, to pick money out of there that does not appropriately be in there. So we're working on that. Other things of importance are we're losing services from CMH. CMH, as you know, is in a world of hurt financially, and so they are withdrawing services to the court. We've been told we will not get certain services anymore. One of those is called MST, or multi-systemic therapy. That is a key component to some of the work we do in terms of keeping families together. And that's no longer afforded to us. So we have to look elsewhere to fill that gap. We have a couple of leads this year. One is a private provider who is willing to look at our cases, on a both individual basis as well as family sessions. But as is the case with many places now, there's a waiting list for all these services. The court doesn't do well with waiting lists. we need to strike when the iron's hot. And having to wait 6, 8 weeks, 12 weeks to get a kid into counseling or their family into counseling, that's a long time when they're in complete disarray. That kind of delay can lead to additional placements for kids. If the family situation is unsafe, we're put in a position of like, that's not tolerable. Can't have people getting hurt. So I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned with CMH right now, their inability to fulfill what we need them to do. And so I'm concerned about the wait lists that are becoming more and more apparent. That doesn't help us. Puts more burden on our caseworkers, which they do miracles every day. Goes without saying. So that's a concern. We have also been working for months now in trying to get to transfer one of the sheriff's vehicles to us, to the court, for transporting of juveniles to different facilities. It's taken a long time, and I don't, at this point, I honestly don't know if it'll ever happen. The sheriff's department, it was their idea to do this because, it's a burden on them when we call them at 2 in the morning and say, we need to have a kid, driven to Ottawa County or Washtenaw County or someplace for detention or placement. They gotta get a hold of people and pay them overtime, and it's a hassle. I get it. Somebody has to do it, and right now it's on them because they can do it safely. So the car that we would need would, of course, have to have a cage and some of the bells and whistles that the sheriff's department cars have. And then I have to find people to drive those kids as well. So we're working on it. I don't know. It's maybe not. Oh, they keep crashing cars, so the number of cars keeps going down. So the cars that are available might not be available. I don't know, but we're working on that. Try to ease the burden on them.
I guess I didn't understand why. Are you as your folks or whatever, you guys are trained for that type of transport? I didn't quite understand.
Well, there's certain things you have to do when you're transporting a juvenile. You can't do it all by yourself. You have to have 2 people there. And if it's in one of our caseworkers' private cars, that simply is not very safe, right? I mean, a kid can jump out, or any number of things. But we do handcuff kids when they're being transported. If necessary, we'll put ankle chains on them as well. But we always have 2 transporters, obviously, going on those trips, as do the sheriff's department. They have 2 officers that go. So it's. Okay.
How many juveniles a month are going to a facility?
I can't even tell you that, because when it rains, it pours. We might go 3 months and not have any kids go anywhere.
That was my point.
And then on the 4th month, we got 5 of them.
But I'm not sure it makes sense then to buy a car and for 2 or 3 months it would sit there and not be used at all.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
it doesn't have to be a new car.
Oh, no, it would be one of the cars that they're giving up.
One of those, instead of selling.
Yeah.
Those cars with 80,000 miles.
We would purchase one of their old cars, Ty.
So that would make sense. And if we left a cage in it, and the sheriff's department got rid of it, we won't have to put a cage in it. And whatever else they might need.
Yeah, we don't need a new car.
That shouldn't be that.
And this is a conversation that's all kind of connected and something that I've been discussing with Cam, is the untangling of these funds to make the structure more in line with how other counties structure their funds. And then as far as the vehicle, I'm really optimistic that we will be able to bring not just one vehicle, but a couple to you to declare a surplus. I'm really hopeful that it'll happen in August. We get those decals, we can get those patrol cars on the road. And then I'll continue to work with the undersheriff to identify the cars that will be available And if we can untangle these funds in a way, then Cam will have budget to purchase a vehicle, and he'll be treated just like any other department that purchases a vehicle.
Yeah, the goal would be not to ask for any more money. If we can just get these funds straightened out, there's plenty of money over there to do this.
Another budget issue.
Money?
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing was also mentioned at the fire chief's meeting where the ambulances were being used to transport these children to downstate where, and then sometimes it was happen that there would be a lack of ambulances available in this general region because they're all going downstate with, and it was because of usually mental illness and other things. So it was, I mean, that's been mentioned too, so. I mean, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. I have a question about the $875,000. You do a good job of managing that, and I understand that if we under budget that amount, we aren't eligible for the 75% or the 50% reimbursement. So we set that high enough to ensure that.
Yeah, I don't budget much like my predecessor. I don't highball you guys.
Well, that leaves me a question of that.
I don't do that.
This is about the same amount plus 2% for last year. How much did we?
There's not much fat in here.
How much that we budgeted last year have we spent?
That would be something that we would need to work with finance to do.
Before we set a
complete
budget.
analysis.
This is a different budget. You know, this is October to September. Right? This is not a January to December. So I don't get reports from the county on expenditures from October 1st up until today. I get them from January.
I don't know that we can approve an amount unless we know how we're doing right now.
We're way under, I can tell you that.
Well,
We're way under. It's not even close.
We're way under what we budgeted.
Yeah.
That's my point. If we are.
Because.
Childcare, we're budgeting money that we could use for other expenditures. So I think we need to be very careful.
Well, I would warn you that the only line item in here that has what you might consider fat is institutional care. And if you don't want to budget money for institutional care because we've had fewer institutional care placements this year, that's fine. But you're going to pay for it at some point when I get 3 kids that all need placement in the same year.
I'm not saying this very well then, because I'm suggesting that before we approve an amount, we ought to see how we did last year. And if this is in the ballpark, or if we're over budgeting and reserving money for childcare that we might spend for something else.
Would it be possible to move this forward next week and then finance could give us some numbers or what?
My question, this is a yearly contract, I think, correct?
Yes.
So this is business as usual. So this is something that we've done traditionally for how many years?
Probably since the childcare fund began in the 70s.
Okay, so it is a budget thing, but it's not.
It's being treated a little bit differently only because he runs on a different fiscal year than we do.
Right, but.
I come early because the state wants this now.
Right, so I mean, if this is the only 3% more than we gave last year, and we're coming in okay this year, that really when it gets to our end of the year stuff, in our next audit, we'll have that money back, or, it'll be surplus. So, I mean, we know what their standard is, and we've been doing this contract for years. It's really, I don't think we need to break the numbers down that much. I mean, because you've already done it. You've been a commissioner for 6 years, you've already done it for 6 years, or, right?
2 more years.
Well, it might be 10, but, and I'm pretty sure that the 6 years I was commissioner before, we did this every year too.
And we've always had the conversation, but.
I mean,
we knew where we were, yes, and we've already been told that we are going to have some real budgeting challenges for this summer. So I don't wanna put more, I wanna put what we need in here, but not more than we need. And it would help me to know if we're significantly underspent from last year, we probably don't have to budget this amount.
The only area that we are significantly under budget in is in institutional care. Because I budgeted last year and I budgeted again this year, $150,000 in that account. If you want to reduce that, I'm just saying that's okay. But if we have probably 2 or more kids that need that care, it's gonna blow that budget up. We're under now because we haven't had placements in expensive institutions.
Okay.
And I've only got 2 months left in the budget year, Ty. I got August and September and the budget year's done.
So if you have money left over, you carry it over till next year?
No. Some counties do, this county doesn't. We don't have a rainy day fund in
No, but
Leelanau.
let's say we only gave you 7. And you did have 3 kids go into care. Or let's say we give you that and you don't spend all of it. Then the money's still here, right? It's not like it goes away.
Not if you're taking that money and spreading it across 10 other departments now, and then it's being used.
Right, so I would say better safe than sorry. This is done this for years. If we don't spend it all, then we have it.
If we had a budget problem, I would have been here saying, we got a budget problem. And I wouldn't have waited till July to do it.
But if you have to send a kid to an institution, that decision's made at 2 a.m. You cannot call us and say, I don't have the money. Do I have the money to do this?
Well, I'm the only one expressing concern about this. I would rather have more information before I vote for it, but I don't hear other people.
Mr. Mike?
Yeah, a motion to recommend approval of the child care fund annual plan and budget in the amount of $875,910 for Leelanau County fiscal year October 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2027.
Support.
Support, discussion, Mr. Money?
Yeah, I do agree with Commissioner Wessel that we need to find out where we are on the budget this year. If we could get that number, I'm sure the finance has that.
Yes, and if the commissioners would like to direct me to work with the finance director and with Cam, I'd be happy to.
And look at last year's and where we ended up with what we spent, and then what we've spent so far this year, because it would be good to know before we finalize this.
I know that this county works on a January to December budget for the general fund expenditures, but this is a different animal. You could believe, because I'm gonna do another child care fund budget for you in the next month or so, right? That's gonna be a December to January to December budget. That budget doesn't mean much to me at all. Because reimbursements, the money that we get back from the state is so important. What really matters is what is our balance on September 30th? That's when the fiscal year ends.
Mr. Robbins, you had your hand up?
Yeah. I don't think we have to blow this up as much as we are. I do agree with Bonnie, I do agree with Wes, so all we're asking for is numbers. It doesn't mean that we're gonna change anything. Just, I think, to be fair to the taxpayers and the transparency, come back with the numbers, let us know what we're actually at,
Then you should get numbers then that begin October 1st of last year.
I think that's the request that we're asking right now, is we have a week's time to do this till our next meeting, and I'm confident finance.
I think this can be resolved by next week.
So we can have some of those numbers where we can move forward with this, so.
Yeah.
Check out.
Officially, it doesn't go until next week anyway. It's just.
Right.
Now, did I understand this was about a 2% increase?
2.3.
Yeah, it's obvious to me that you come to us sincerely and you know your numbers. So I agree. Let's take a look at where we are. but I have a lot of confidence in what you're saying, so I feel like we talked too long on this.
All right, we gotta move on.
You feel that.
Yeah, I just have, you know, we're spending over almost $1 million a year for the early childhood fund. And that fund was supposed to bring this childcare down. In fact, the previous person in your thing told me we would be saving $750,000 a year because of the early childhood. You know, we've been into that for 7 years now, and this still is going up. So it just, you know, we can find ways to spend money, but it never really saves any.
Well, the only reason that the childcare fund budget is any bigger now than it used to be is because I have removed money from the general fund that you were not being reimbursed for and placed it in the childcare fund where you're getting 75% back. So I take a little umbrage with that. We are not spending. Well, I have nothing to do with that. I have no control over that.
I know that. So I'm not blaming you.
And we're getting reimbursed.
All right, Lauren, is there anything you wanted to add, or?
This might be something I can speak with Cam outside of the meeting, but the services that had been previously provided by CMH, have they already been withdrawn? Or
Yep.
are we gonna notice that they will be?
No, they're already done.
Was it a mid-year change?
Yes.
All right.
Thanks.
We have a motion on the table. Did we vote on that or no?
No, we haven't voted yet.
All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0.
Once again, I'll invite you all to come upstairs and we'll talk childcare fund someday because I don't like doing tutorials here.
Alright.
It really requires a more in-depth conversation.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Cam.
Pam.
Thank you very much.
All right.
By the way, Mr. Bunning, those kids are at max 10 years old.
All right, moving on to, let me see, materials management's done, we'll do the 6B project approval, stripping of the fence and cedar recycling.
Yeah, and I
Gail
can,
here?
yeah, Gail's here and I can speak to that as well.
Out in the hallway. So I have a request for a couple of, I don't know, improvements to the Solon Township recycling site. Back in 2023, we moved that site over kind of behind Bunting's Market. And part of that site plan that was approved, the county was to provide striping on the alleyway. And then at the township level, the discussion was also approved that the county would provide a fencing. And so I was made aware of this sometime in 2024. So I went out, talked to the manager, Bill Bailey. We looked at the alleyway and talked about the striping, and it really didn't make sense to try and stripe what was left. So at that time, he was okay. He told me he was trying to get a quote for the fence. Okay. Shortly after that, I received an email from the township saying the county needed to pave the alley. Otherwise, we were gonna possibly lose the site. I talked to the interim county administrator, Richard Lewis. We went over everything and he agreed the county should provide striping and the fence, but we did not agree to pave that. Well, short time later, the alleyway was paved and striped and no money from the county was involved in that. So now the manager from Bunting is asking that we stripe in front of the bins instead. And so that is the estimate I have for the 984. And then I was able to get a quote on the fence to go behind the bins. And that is the $4,880. So the total cost of the project would be $5,864. And that would come out of that capital outlay fund.
And Gail is here at my request primarily. The two invoices on their own are technically under the threshold in which the administrator can sign. But after discussing it with Gail, it was agreed that we would prefer for this to be treated as a project by the Board of Commissioners under one umbrella, which would put it over the threshold for the administrator to sign. Given that she does have budget in her capital outlay, we're not here for a financial ask, but simply for the commissioners to designate this as a project.
Drover.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the Solon Township recycling site project in the amount of $58.64, funds to come from Capital Outlay Fund 230-970.
Board discussion, Mr. Money?
So the capital outlay fund is actually the recycling fund, or is that?
Well, Trudy Gala had started this at the, kind of knowing that we were gonna need to pay for these repairs. So I don't know from the financial side of
Is
it.
this coming from the recycling fund or is this coming out of our general fund, I guess? I don't know what the capital outlay.
Well,
fund
outlay
is.
fund 230 is the recycling fund.
So it's coming from. the
I would say
recycling
it's,
fund.
And she has budget within that fund
Yeah.
to cover these expenses.
Mr. Robbins?
I know you don't get much for 5,000 these days, but when you say bid, you got bids. How many bids did you actually put out for?
no, I didn't get bids on
You said
this,
You did for striping and,
just estimates.
okay, so it hasn't been released for bids.
Not as an RFP, no.
No,
I mean, do you think we can save some money by doing that?
I don't think so. Dwayne was very diligent in getting these estimates. And given the smaller nature of this entirety of the project, we're confident that we've received a fair estimate of this project.
What are you comparing to being fair?
I guess that's another question.
Mr. Albert? Oh, you didn't have anything?
No, I'm
Oh.
sorry. I didn't do
That's
this.
resting her head.
Any other discussion?
Well. No, I guess.
All right, all those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Hey,
Motion carried 5-2. All right, next up we have Brownfield Authority, the Bluebird success story. You'll cover that.
yes. As you know, the Brownfield Authority has an EPA grant. And some of those funds were used on this Bluebird redevelopment project. And Sarah Gruza is their project manager. And she submitted that project to the regional headquarters as a success story, and it was chosen. And so they would like to kind of show this off nationwide, but they need permission to use video, photos, and that is why they sent along this little agreement that I need a signature on.
Mr. Watson?
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve the video audio photo license agreement between Leelanau County and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for the EPA Region 05 success story Bluebird Restaurant.
Support.
Supported, discussion? Mr. Money?
but does the Bluebird, don't they have to give permission for this to happen?
They
They
have,
already?
yeah.
Because I don't want us saying we can go take pictures. They don't want us to do it.
Mr. Campbell?
Well, I couldn't remember how much was given to the Bluebird.
I don't know that amount off the top of my head. I could find out if you,
But I didn't see it in the documents and I was trying to remember what it was.
It was all brownfield projects. To
Yeah,
clean up the site.
trying to think of what it was. I thought it was, I'm not gonna say. No.
Any other discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
thank you.
Next up, we're back to senior services. We got Lena here.
Good afternoon again. Senior Services, you have two EDSs in front of you. I believe the first one is a request for board approval to issue an RFP for our in-home services. That would consist of respite, personal care, homemaking, medication management, medical transportation, and I'm missing one, foot care services. Foot care services are available through, right now, through two different contracts, and the rest of the services are, the in-home services, excuse me, are through one contract through Comfort Keepers, and the other one is through Share Care and Linda Lingar and Jan Flowers. So currently 3 different contracts for our in-home services.
Commissioner Russell,
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners authorize issuance of an RFP soliciting proposals to provide homemaking, personal care, respite care, and medication management, foot care, and medical transportation to eligible Leelanau County older adults.
Support.
supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of Mike?
Yeah, I just would, there are these 5 other projects that also are there that she talks about later, that if we could include those in there, I think all of them should go for RFP. Yeah, because
Refer to 8B,
what's that?
refer to 8B, the waiver.
Yes.
That's the second EDS that's in front of you.
Correct,
So
and I'm saying we just included with the first one and go out for bids on all of them. Because you're talking 5 different issues that we would just pass on, which have been before. And I would think that if we're doing that, you know, what happens? You know, when you keep passing it forward, and don't do RFPs. You know, I just think that it's time that we actually look at these and get them, because we're not allowing other businesses to bid on them. So I would prefer that we do all, I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that's wanted a waiver.
there are 5 that I,
5.
wanted to waiver just because their unique capacity to serve our
Yeah,
individuals.
so I would make an amendment to it, to that we add these 5 for RFP.
I'd second.
All right. Discussion on that amendment, Commissioner Algar?
So laundry project is local funded. There's no way that should be put out for RFP because that's a local activity that was funded by someone. That's crazy. There are very few human service organizations available. So Catholic Human Services doing senior companion, that's very specific work. There's only one place you can go for dental care.
There's
You don't have any
2.
money, did they reopen?
They have, and I was in conversation with them to provide services to our seniors, and we're not talking a lot of dental care. So at the time of the conversation, they didn't have the capacity at that time.
Yeah, they haven't, that's good. I trust that Meals on Wheels, for heaven's sakes, there's nobody else who can do that. So I don't see any point in putting RFPs out. Those are very, very, very specifically funded programs. It's not anybody making a profit out there. They're willing to do it. So I don't see any use in putting those out. I think it's a waste of time.
Commissioner Walter?
Yeah, okay, we've got a motion on the floor. And I just gonna call the question, and we'll deal with the other one on the next one. If you wanna make a different motion.
We have an amendment to the motion, and that's what we're discussing.
Wow. I thought we only accepted amendments if the initial motion accepted the amendment. If the person who gave the initial motion.
That's what it's been.
Well, it was moved and seconded, but she didn't accept it.
Well,
So
we're-
she had a motion that was moved.
I'm
and
commenting on
seconded.
the upcoming vote.
Okay, all right, maybe
Discussing
I'm
the
messing
amendment.
Robert's rules up.
We're discussing the amendment right now, and then we'll have a vote on the amendment, so.
Okay,
Commissioner
well,
Wessel?
then call a question.
Commissioner Wessel?
I concur with Gwen. I don't know how we would go out for to replace at least 4 of these 5. So I will vote no on the amendment.
Commissioner Robbins?
I guess I have to add on the one, on the laundry part, how many laundromats we have? 1 in Sutton's Bay?
1 in Sutton's Bay.
So I guess the other option is if you want to put it out for a bid, I think the closest one is maybe 14th Street in Traverse City. So what we're gonna pay for, how are people supposed to get there?
So there is, NMCAA does have a similar laundry project in Traverse City at a few select.
They gotta drive. 40
They do
miles.
have to drive out of county for that.
I guess we wouldn't have to pay for the dryer because they could hang the clothes out between here and Traverse City and get them dry.
Mr. Walter.
Now I'll call the question on the amendment, which we should have done in the first place, because we know we don't have the votes for it.
All right, well, I'll leave it. I'll just go straight for a vote on the amendment, okay? So all those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, motion failed 2-5. Now we're back to the original motion. All those in favor of the original motion, say aye.
Did you want to have discussion on the original motion?
We just did.
We had a lot of it, so. All those in favor of the original motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, now we got the final, yes.
So do we have to do
We have to do a separate motion.
the separate motion for the waiver? So the second EDS outlines those 5 different contracts. So I'm requesting board approval to waive those. You will see those contracts come before you after negotiations.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners authorize waive board policy of the competitive bid process for Leelanau County Coordinating Council for the Laundry Project Service, Staffing Human Services, Senior Companion Program, Health Department, Northwest Michigan for Dental Care Services, Shared Care of Leelanau County for Volunteer Coordination, Transportation and Wellness Programming in Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency for the Meals on Wheels program.
Second.
Further discussion, Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, so do we know that there's no one else in Leelanau County that would have the laundry project at Suttons Bay? That no one else would want to do it? Do we know that? Do we know that there's no one else that would do what Shared Care does? Do we know? We obviously seem to know here that it's not going to happen. So I just wonder how you know that these things cannot be done by anybody else.
I'm pretty connected to all things senior programs in the county, and we're very careful not to duplicate those services, as are other community organizations that we work with. So I'm pretty confident that there is not another entity out there, and if they are, we're in conversation with them on how they can provide for our seniors in our county.
Mr. Walton?
I was gonna say, that's what we have a senior services to coordinate. That's what we need to do. So why wouldn't we have faith in our ability to make the recommendation?
Right, yeah, Mr. Campbell?
I just had it on the laundry project. I know the Family Coordinating Council has received a rather large donation from a generous couple, and they use that towards that. Could you explain that partnership between, I don't know.
So I don't have the numbers in front of me right now.
Yeah.
And I report, Sharon Vreeland reports on those numbers. We give $2,000 a year.
Towards
the laundry project. So it's not fully supported. It's supported so our seniors have a safe place to go regardless of their situation. I should be getting a report from them soon because they run on a fiscal year.
And I think that's like $12,000 a year or something like that.
Yeah, I can't quite remember what their total budget is.
17, what I remember in our last meeting.
Okay.
Is it 17?
I think, I don't want to be.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, so the vast majority comes from the coordinating council, so you're not gonna contract that with somebody else. Because they're funding it, or a majority of it.
Any other discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Okay.
Carried 6-1.
Yeah, for the record, I just kind of had to talk my mind through that with I couldn't remember
Sure.
that relationship, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lena. Next, we have administration, item number A, which is MERS annual conference. Let the board address that.
This is an annual request of the Board of Commissioners. Leelanau County sends 2 delegates to the MERS annual conference. And we've done votes, nominations and voting over the last month or so within the building. The employee nominee who earned those votes was Senior Services Account Clerk Amanda Krantz. And then the officer delegate is traditionally the administrator, given the, you would prefer to say in the motion to have it be the administrator or interim administrator and remove my name out of it. That's completely up to you to make that motion.
That's wise.
But these are the, Armanda was the elected employee delegate for the MERS conference this fall in Grand Rapids.
Mr. Money.
Yeah, I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve Amanda Krantz to serve as the employee delegate and interim administrator Lauren Seibert to serve as the officer delegate at the 80th Annual MERS Conference on October 8th and 9th, 2026 at the Amway Grand in Grand Traverse, Michigan.
I would like to amend that to the recommended amendment that our interim administrator suggested, as we are not sure who exactly will be, where we will be at that point. We just say administrator or interim administrator instead of naming the name.
So are you offering
An amendment.
Okay.
I support that.
I think it's safe.
Got an amendment on the floor. Is there discussion on that amendment? Mr. Robbins?
I think we have to not knee jerk, we gotta be safe here, because we don't know where we're going right now. And there's so much unknown right now. We do have an administrator. And we also have an interim, but we don't know where we're at with our administrator, and that could change tomorrow and change next week. So I agree with Gwen that just to be on the safe side, we don't pick the individual, we just pick the 2 positions and leave it at that.
You have a discussion on that? Not, all in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 6-1. Now we're back to the original motion. All in favor of the original motion, say aye.
As it's amended.
As it's amended, yep, as it's amended. All in favor of that original motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
I have a question, as I remember in that motion, we did mention a name for the first position.
Yes. We're just changing it.
Okay, I just,
Remove controversy wherever we can, Commissioner.
yeah, okay, all right.
All right, next item number B, which has got business associate agreement.
Yes, this is from our benefits broker BHS, and when the agreement transferred from, I'm gonna need help with Lou Walter's company that was acquired by BHS, it's escaping my memory at the moment. Was
CNM?
Yeah.
CMI?
CNM?
CNM.
Insurance.
Was acquired by BHS, and our agreement in February moved to BHS. This is a document that likely should have been included in our transfer of services to BHS. The overall agreement is stating that they will have access to personal health information, and they will comply with all regulations for HIPAA in regards to that health information. So they're able to analyze that and give that back to us as usable data. And the way that it is structured looks like a resolution to me. And it will require approval by the Board of Commissioners.
Mr. Wessel?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the business associate agreement with BHS Insurance Agency and authorize board chair to sign the same.
Support.
Supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. All right, next up, we have consideration of closed session. From my understanding, there will very likely be a motion coming out of that. I don't imagine closed session will be long, but the board, I mean, I don't mind going into closed session, but the board rather than public comment up first, I don't mind either. So
I think we should.
public comment up.
I would not, just because we've also got appointment of interim county administrator, so.
agree with that.
I would assume, especially if it's not gonna take long closed session.
Anybody want to give? No, okay. We'll move on. So with that, I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
Move to enter closed session to discuss collective bargaining as permitted by MCL 15.2681C.
Support.
The motion there to include the interim and finance director as well.
Yes.
That's all. Go.
What about the negotiating team?
That's
Have
everybody.
them come into.
That's everybody here. So,
What's
yeah,
that?
that's everybody here.
Okay, well, I would include them.
All right,
Roll call.
roll call.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder,
Yes.
Commissioner Elguyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter.
Yes.
7-0.
All right, hopefully we'll be back out in 20, 30 minutes. Hopefully less than that.
Man, you told me short.
That is short.
Don't we have a meeting in 30 minutes?
It might be 15.
All right.
That's
Anyway, nobody got hurt, that's what's important. All right, if you need me, call.
Thanks.
All right.
All right, thank you.
It's gonna take me just a minute to log back in.
We come out of closed session.
Oh, no, she's not ready yet.
Yep, I'm ready.
Oh, now you're ready? All right.
I'll support that.
Wait, who made the motion?
Russell.
Oh, Wessel. All right, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
And I move to refer the holiday pay matter to the county bargaining unit team for further review and analysis and any recommended revisions for further negotiation with the union.
Second.
Orders, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. All right, now moving on to the agenda, item number 10, which is Board of Commissioners appointment of interim county administrator. The only change there is I know we had a date on there for August, and the only change there is just to take the date away, and it would just leave it until further board action. So,
Which day do you check on that?
right now we have appointed an interim county administrator through August
Oh,
18th, I believe.
Yeah.
So the only thing would just be to take that date away. So, Mr. Money,
Yeah, I move to recommend that Leelanau County Board of Commissioners appoint Lauren Seifert to serve in the capacity as interim county administrator, perform the duties of the county administrator until further action by the board.
support. Supported, discussion. Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Next up, we have review of financials. Any questions on financials? None. Special reports. Reports. Seeing none. Public comment. 5 minutes. Mr. Kowski.
You deserve the longevity award for still being here.
Good afternoon. We have come full circle. And we are now at a unique golden opportunity in this commissions, and we'll be able to fix something that happened 5 years ago. 5 years of what I and the public has witnessed as chaos and paralysis due to the May 11th, 2021 clerk rolling motion. In other words, there was a speaker earlier today that spoke about the fact that it appears that the commissions for last 5 years have done a spectacular job on clerk bashing. And I think he was addressing the fact that that has to stop. And we had that pretty well under control under Mr. Lewis's tenure for about a year. And we stabilized county government to some degree with the finance department and everything else. And then all of a sudden, after he left, it was all destroyed. All over again. More chaos. So we are now again saying we had a few months, almost a half a year of good stability in the finance department. That disappeared shortly thereafter in early this year. So we're going to continue again this request we have made for many months, that this commission prepare an apology and resolution as soon as possible. It's needed due to the action taken by the board on May 11th and then adopted by May 18th of 2021. So that we had a motion that had no plan, no discussion with the clerk, and no need necessity justification or benefit report with it. And so we have wasted and harmed the clerk in this whole process and other staff people. We've messed up the morale in this building for the last 5 years. And we have now wasted well over $1 million worth of taxpayers' money. Again, we repeat, please prepare that resolution, put that all behind you and start again as you unravel the events of the last 14 to 16 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, commissioner comments?
I want to make sure that my colleagues know that my concern about the child care budget was not a concern about how the court does business. I respect Mr. Clark and his leadership. I just thought we needed more information.
Robbins?
Yeah, I want to touch on what we just voted on as far as our interim administrator goes. Not against her in any way, but I do have some concerns. It came up in Mr. White's public comment earlier. What we got to really be careful is, we as a board only hire an administrator. We're not in control of what the administrator does as far as he or she's staff. That's their choice to pick their team. And that's why we got to be very careful. I mean, if you look back, there were some mistakes made, but they were made because of the timing and circumstances. And we're dealing with that same thing right now. I mean, Richard Lewis, great guy, good at Fed. He's the one that put Kathy in as the director there of our finance department. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but he was an interim. And it wasn't fair to Kathy. It wasn't fair to Mr. Dyer. So we gotta be careful how we do things here, until we find out what solid ground we're on. I mean, there's talk of already, filling the executive position. I don't wanna see Lauren without a job. I mean, that could happen. I mean, that's why we should be looking at temporary manpower or something. Keep that, we don't know where all these players are going to fit in here. And, we talk about getting a deputy, assistant, that's in budget. That's not going to happen until January. Again, that all goes back to the administrator. He or she, whoever we pick down the road, they get to pick their team. We make the positions, we provide the resources. But we got to remember, they picked the team here, so we got to be careful. We're not the ones picking the players. I mean, we can pick Warner right now to be our intro, but we're gonna look down the road here and be very, very careful here that we don't go down the same road we did with Richard Lewis and Mr. Dyer here. Make sure that we have, no one's guaranteed, they're well employees here, so hopefully everybody gets things rolling here, run smooth, and we won't see this mess again, but like I said, we gotta be careful.
Any commissioner comments?
I appreciate the job that the interim administrator, and I think she goes into this with eyes wide open. And I think all she's asking is that we do the same and not go into this with preconceived notions for or against. So I don't think we have a choice, and I don't think Administrator Lewis had a choice, because I was here at the meeting when he stepped down from his seat, walked out into the audience and sat right here and said, look, you guys aren't making a decision, and I need a finance director. And I think right now we need an interim administrator, and I think we've got the right one right now.
I'm not saying that we're not. I'm just saying that we gotta look at the whole picture.
He's saying go backfill all the positions so we know where everything lies.
I don't think we are. You have to have someone who answers that phone out there.
I'm not saying we're not.
Yeah.
There's no debate.
All right, any other commission comments? Approval of financials? Commissioner Money?
Yeah, I moved for claims and accounts that we recommend to approve $216,656.42.
Ordinance, all those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried 7-0. Mike,
I would recommend that we approve post audit for $1,818,350.48. Or
ordinance, all those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carried 7-0. With that, we're adjourned. We'll start our budget meeting. Everybody want lunch?
Yeah.
Why don't we say 2:30? Everybody back.
2:30.
5 minutes, so.
2:30, we're done.
Thank you. Yeah.
I was in the hospital yesterday.
Oh
No,
my gosh.
I don't know what I did. I thought I
He was
had.
doing
Or if he forgot yours. then-
That means I'm feeling a little better. Lord, can I go get a better chair? I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
no.
know.
I didn't think so. This is what I got. I still got a roll. I appreciate that. The offer.
That's why I was driving.
I wish.
Yeah, because I can see you moving your chair and I thought.
Maybe I need to recharge as much as my computer, so.
Thanks.
Where can I grab it?
All right, you want to pick you up a sandwich or you got a peanut butter and jelly? All right, home.
Yeah. Don't be a.
So I gotta go home to get recharged.
yeah.
Although I don't think I necessarily need this computer for.